Okay, so yesterday we started to look at how Gareth Williams presented the teaching, saying you have to open to see your original face. Sometimes this is described as the face that you had before you were born. It is your unborn face. We know what is our born face. We're born into the world, we get a name, in a family, we develop our personality. Our personality is our born face. When we feel we know people, we know about them, we can identify the characteristics which we take to define how they are and what makes them different from other people. But the unborn face is the potential openness from which these particular patterns arise. And the heart of the teaching is to see that there is no contradiction between the manifestation with its specificity and the openness of the ground, which cannot be grasped in any way because it's not inside the discourse of signs and words and concepts. However, we develop ourselves in cultures where all our attention is on this born face. And the quality of this born face is that it hides the unborn face. So you could see your personality, which seems to be you, which is your kind of calling card for going into the world and making contact with other people, feels like me, an expression of me, that is to say, an expression of my ego self. And through the interactions I have with other people, I'm getting confirmation or disconfirmation of the validity of the patterning of myself. So I think, ooh, I'm a bit much here, then we pull back. If we're in a situation where we can't connect with other people, we start to feel awkward. We know these kind of reactions because the ego self, the born face, is as it were a manifestation in a world of manifestation, and it's in constant communication about how to find a place, how to express itself, how not to be too much, how not to be too little. So there's a constant adjustment to that. So in a sense, it's like a kind of dynamic mask. It's a calling card. And very often behind the formation of our personality, we have lots of other stuff going on. We've got our inner world of hopes and fears and doubts, which we hope are not too accessible by other people. So we have a kind of screen self, a calling card self, what Winnicott would call a false self, a socially adaptive self. And then behind that, in psychotherapy, they would say that there is a real self, something which is authentic, which rings true. But from a Buddhist point of view, that itself is another layer of delusion. Because the potential that we have in its actuality that Gareth Williams points to, its ground is openness. There is nothing there which is making it happen. It is spontaneous, uncaused, and ceaseless in its display. When we looked for some inner self, some true self, we're positing another layer of essential identity, something reliable and dependable. But when we sit in the meditation, we don't find that. Because even these more subtle aspects of ourselves, our feelings, our memories, our thoughts and so on, they are also dynamic, they are also changing. So what we call the self is a way of referring to the movement of the mind or the manifestation of the mind, but in denial of its actuality as movement. We are imagining that there is some reliable reference point that we return to. I, me, myself. I am like this. I know you a bit. I know that you are like this. And this substantialization, this reification, this taking appearance to be the appearance of something, becomes a kind of defense against the happenstance of the actuality of how we are. Because for the ego self, not knowing who we are is very disturbing, because we want to make sense of ourselves and we are required to present a coherent sense of ourselves to others. And in our culture, the demands for that are very, very high, that you have to fit in. Imagine that you are working in one of these big Amazon warehouses, and your job is to go around very quickly, getting the items off the shelves and getting them to the packing department. Nobody is interested in your personality. All they're interested in is your performance. They're not interested whether you need a pee or whether you're upset because you've had a fight with your partner in the morning. Nothing of you is in any way relevant, except you are a function of the necessity of their efficiency so that they can maintain market share. And so many people are ingrained into that, so that we are, if you like, ensurfaced. We're pulled to the surface. We are our performativity. And the real curiosity which would allow this screen self to thin so that we could see the actual lived complexity of the other has no interest for many, many employers. It's just get on with the job and do it. So the invitation is maintain a mask that says, I can do it, I'm efficient, give me a job, don't sack me. Especially if you have a 0 hours contract and you have no stability. You are, as actors always were said to be, only as good as your last review. So you're constantly being pulled out to show how you can demonstrate that you plug into the world and you satisfy the requirements. This would make any kind of insight or clarity into how you actually are very, very difficult. So if we relax out of that necessity of demonstrating value, of demonstrating our capacity to fit in to a prefigured, preordained system, and we simply look and see what is arising, we encounter the habitual formations which claim to be a reliable substrata in ourselves, a kind of level of ourselves which is, oh yeah, that's me. I've been here before, I do that, I recognize myself in the arising of this particular pattern. For us, as people who are interested in seeing how it actually is, we don't want to believe that kind of package deal, that preformed indicator of this is me, this is how I am. We want to stay with the arising and see what is its actual status. And of course, when we stay, it moves, because there are these two basic principles, stillness and movement. And what we take to be I, me, myself, my personality, how I am, is a kind of pseudo stillness. It's actually a movement. It's dynamic, interactive, constructive. That's its immediate actuality, which if you just stay with it, it will reveal itself. It's not hidden, but it is hidden because we believe that it is an indicator of some true internal self. So there is a misidentification of the nature of how we manifest. I'm like this because this is me. That's a very sweet solipsistic remark. It just goes round and round and vanishes up its own arse. It's Ouroboros. But that's how it feels. Of course, this is me. I'm like this. I'm like this. So that is a kind of veil which prevents any real inquiry. And this is the most dangerous thing for meditation, that you cleave to the conclusion, you cleave to the answer, and don't leave any time for the question to hang in the air. How am I? How is this? Because that requires a kind of quietening of the mental activity so that there's a space for how it is to reveal itself. But if you rush in with a premature conclusion, you fill the space and you solidify the structure. Does that seem to make sense? So the meditation we do now, excuse me, is called the Guru Yoga of the White Owl. It's a very simple practice, but it's at the very heart of Dzogchen. And the reason that it's simple is because the problem is simple. The problem is our tendency to cover the open. We cover it with whatever is to hand. We like birds seeking a nest, and they have to fly around and see what's available to construct the nest and make it soft inside. We are taking elements from the environment to construct this sense of who we are. That is an activity. If we don't engage in the activity, if we're not constructing, then we start to see how it is. Look, so I just glanced down, I saw my watch. As soon as I see my watch, I'm not looking at you guys, some thought about time arises in my mind. So the specificity of the glance and what it catches me. You know? So here's the field, here's the openness of all the potential of our being together. But in that second, I collapse into, it's 10 minutes have gone by. And in the making figure of one thing, the rest recedes into the background. And so our life becomes like, a sort of cross-section of the Himalayas, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. And what we don't get is a panoramic vista within which all these movements are contained. But we are actually tracking up the hill and down the hill and up the hill and down the hill, moving into the particular, relaxing a little bit, but still with a sense of trying to work out who's here, what's going on, how is it. That's the activity of what we can call our ego self or our dualistic consciousness. It's condemned to try to make sense of what's going on. So that might help us to think about Sisyphus, condemned to roll this boulder up the hill, and when it gets to the top, it rolls back down again. And he has to do it again and again. Or we have Prometheus, who brings fire from the gods and gives it to the human beings, and something he's forbidden to do, and he's punished by being tied to a rock and by the sea. The tide comes in and out, and every day this predator bird comes and eats at his liver. Again and again and again. Repetition is punishment. You're condemned to go around it again and again. That's how the prison systems work. There's no freedom to be with the happenstance of actual life. So the practice is to relax and release ourselves from identification with patterns of movement. We're not trying to block movement per se, but we're seeing how we can fall into a movement. So that was the advantage of what we did before with the Shine, with the calming meditation. When you get distracted, what we call distraction anyway, you fall into a thought or a feeling or a sound, and it carries you somewhere. You didn't make the thought. You didn't make the sound. That was not you. The movement wasn't you, but somehow there's a sense of being in that. Yeah? So this meditation is working with that clarity. There is movement. Movement doesn't cease, but I don't need to fall into it. I can relax into the stillness. So it's often said about the mind that it's unborn and unstopped. It's unborn in the sense that when you look for the mind as something, you can't find anything, as we started to do with the 5 questions. There's a kind of openness and openness and openness and ungraspability, and yet here we are, we're present. And we're present with the ceaseless arising of experience. Experience that are happy, are sad, seem to be outside ourselves, seem to be inside ourselves. You might have a painful situation in your body so that seems to insist and call you back, oh, this is my body, this is me. In any situation like that, we just sit with how it is, and it changes. And it has to change. It must change because its nature is movement. It's not a thing. Seeking outside, seeking inside, we cannot find fixed things. So, we come to this place, it's called Emerson College. It had that name a few years ago. I came here a few years ago. Reasonable sentence in the English language. But what does it mean? As soon as I arrive, I think, oh, it's changed a bit. How surprising. The whole damn thing has been changing all the time because everything here is in relation with the world. If it's hot, the windows open, into the room comes bees and flies and they move around, and that creates a particular kind of attention or energy. The trees are growing. The gardeners have been at work. People's minds have been busy. It's not the same. What endures of Emerson College is its name, and the actual phenomena which present themselves change and alter. So it's always a new, fresh world made stale by naming and conceptualization. Now, in order to stay with the freshness of the unstoppable arising, you have to be fresh. The best way to be fresh is to be unborn. That is to say, without tendency, without prejudice, without history, you're just here, present, and this is coming, that's coming. But as soon as you're born into yourself and you start to accumulate your history, your tendencies, your personality, you take up a position vis-a-vis the emerging field, and that takes you into selectivity. Does that seem to ring with your experience? And of course, there's things that bring pleasure and there's things that bring difficulty. I don't want to be involved in things that are unpleasant. So now the ego, which exists in what are called the 3 times, the linked cycle or wave of past, present, and future, the ego has memories of the past, plans for the future, and takes the present moment in terms of its sense of these 2 vectors. Maybe I want to get more of how it was in the past, so I'm seeking recreation. Maybe I want a new start and I'm wanting something fresh, so I'm looking into the future for new possibilities. But the ego is always extending in these ways. That indicates it is fundamentally unsettled. It does not have peace. It does not have rest. And so if you try to find rest inside this state or paradigm of the ego self, the one who is looking, the one who is anxious, the one who is ungrounded, yet trying to ground themselves in the false ground of propositions of, here I am, I'm like this is what I want, and so on. Like repetition, repetition, repetition. But it keeps fading, it keeps failing away. How it was. So you say to someone here, have you got any kids? They say, yeah, I've got 3 kids or 2 kids or whatever. You haven't a clue what that means. You haven't a clue what that means. And also they haven't a clue what it means because they have had these kids for some years, and each year it's been different, and each month it's been different, and each day it's been different. So the children have been evolving and showing different formations. They are beyond summation, and yet you have to talk about it because people say, how's wee Johnny doing? And you say, oh, well, he's difficulty at school, but it seems to be getting better. He's got a new teacher. And you listen to that, you think, oh, thank God for that. I was a bit worried. Last time we met, you were telling me this. And I think, wow, this is mental activity, creating these whole stories. What is the actual presence of wee Johnny? He's not a character in the story you're telling about him. He's always slipping out of the roles and identities that are ascribed to him. You can't catch children. You can't catch old people either. You can't catch anyone because we are always in excess of our label. And we looked before yesterday at bigotry and prejudice and definitions like terrorist and how they create a false identity, a very dangerous and vulnerable identity, because to stay with the actual phenomena is difficult. So when we bring this consideration towards our meditation practice, we face the same thing. The desire to label, to know, to incorporate the vagaries of ever-shifting presentation into patterns that make sense to us makes meditation very difficult. Because I have an ongoing reference point, which is myself. And as long as I am the one doing the meditation, I, in terms of my felt sense of formation and my predispositions, my tendencies, I'm going to be pulled into organization, to the attribution of value. This is interesting, I want more of it. This is not so nice, I want less of it. So the basis of the Dzogchen practice is to release ourselves from the nexus, from this kind of hub from which we move out into the world with our various judgments and evaluations, just to dissolve out of that and be present as presence, not as the presence of something. Because if you think of your everyday identity, you are the presence of yourself. I'm just me. So the immediacy of thinking, here I am, looking at you, how are you doing? It's a nice day, lovely weather, happy to be here. Just the usual kind of blethering, and so here we are. I'm expressing myself. So as you express a consideration of what's going on, somehow it's got this feedback loop into myself, confirming I am the experiencer of the experience. So this is the subtle danger point for us. Because when we actually look, like with the 5 questions we did yesterday, is there any stable entity which endures? If we keep looking and try, we don't find anything there. It's something quite mysterious that we manifest, as it were, from no thing. Now, this is not oblivion, no thing at all, nothing at all, just a big empty void. This is, we manifest from the potential of non-reification. So it's not that something comes out of nothing. It's that the ungraspable, the unfixed, the unborn, if you like, the open potential shows many different forms. And these forms have patterns which have similarities and differences. But when you refer to, oh, this is how I am, you've conceptualized some inner self, which is the identifier of my experience, the owner of my experience, the cause of my experience. So what we've established is a kind of false ground or a false basis. I am myself. I myself alone. I'm an adult. I'm an independent person. I have my own life, which is just bullshit. I mean, it's so untrue. We can look at it in so many ways. We breathe in and out. We need to have food and drink and so on. We have a need for social existence because we're that kind of person. We are participants in a moving field, and yet we cleave to this self-deception. I exist as me. I was born a long time ago. Bye-bye, mum. I'm just me. And small children are often trying to say that. You're not my mother. I don't like you. You don't like me because I don't give you chocolate. But I don't like you. So the child is trying to assert the fact I should have total control of my life. And this is what runs through our existence. This is why we have all these shithole dictators in the world. Because these are all people who think that they can set things up on their own terms and be unaccountable. And most countries try to be, even under international law, unaccountable, not signing the treaty, not joining in with other people. Because I am myself. But when we look for this self, there's nothing there. So when we do the practice, this is a chance to release ourselves from identification with the illusion of a permanent self, an enduring point of self-reference. Of course, it doesn't happen magically overnight because we have to return to it again and again, because these habit formations have been developed for many, many lifetimes. They're very deep inside us. It seems automatic. This is me. This is me. So the practice itself is quite straightforward. We imagine there are two forms of it. The first form that we do is we imagine that there is a white letter R in the space in front of us. Here on the board, there's a drawing of the shape of the Tibetan letter R, but you can use just a capital A. It doesn't really matter what the shape is. The fundamental is that R is the most basic sound. In the Buddhist tradition, R is the symbol of emptiness. You find it in the Prajnaparamita literature. It's the essence of the Heart Sutra, of the mantra of the Heart Sutra. R is the basic sound behind all other sounds. In the Sanskrit and Tibetan alphabets, all the consonants take R, and then the vowels are modifications of that. But it's just air flowing up with a slight vibration in the throat, and then it's modified, mama, papa, and so on, as the mouth starts to move, and from that all the sounds that bring all the languages in the world arise. Everything comes from that increasing vibration of the breath. And that leads to the expansion of all the identifications that we apply to the world. This is a car, this is a tree, this is a man, this is a sandwich. All of these rest on the idea that the sound represents something, and in some ways the sound is the essence of something. In Tantra, there's a whole investigation of this in great detail with discussion of mantras and so on. We don't have time to go into that, but it's the way in which a sound can become so redolent with value, and that gives you a sense of power. So if you've heard a child saying, "Mom, Mom," You know what that's like. The child has put their whole life into that sound, saying to the mother, drop everything. Nothing is important except me. And if that works, and kids are pretty good at making it work, think what that means. This is a magic world. This is the first mantra, the first bija, the first seed syllable. Mom. What's the matter, darling? So it's the power to interrupt the waves of the arising of the world. So the same kind of energy then gets spread out into all the other things that we see. They become invested with energy, and that energy then seems to lurk inside it. I think I've told some of you in the past about how it took me a long time to realize that my mother was not Mum. I would hear people calling her Jean. But that wasn't who she was. She was my mum. And then as I got older, after many, many years, unfortunately, I suddenly realized, oh, this is a person with a life of her own, with her friends. And her mumness, which used to be the whole world for me, now became a little slice. And it had always been a slice of her world, because she'd been a wife, she'd had friends, she'd been engaged in all sorts of things. But I didn't see it, because I was looking through this lens that gave me the true nature of this woman. And when you see this kind of thing in your own life, you realize, I fall into the small because it's reassuring. I know where I am. I know who this person is. I don't need to observe how they are. I just catch them and incorporate them into my idea about them. So in the meditation, we've got a lot of these projections and assumptions and beliefs which arise in us, but they're like gossamer. They're like rainbows, echoes, clouds. They don't have any real substance to them. Their energy is the energy of our belief. Yeah? Which is good, because if it was in the object, we would be fairly powerless. It would just be this fundamental differentiation of real, discrete entities. But when we start to see, oh, this is the patterning of my belief, my attribution of value to different people according to my experience of them, this is in the palm of my hand. No one's doing it except me. And I can release it. So the function of the practice is to release identification in the limited and the small, so that we can open to the whole, to the infinite, which does not displace or destroy the small or the limited, because they are all niched within it. It's not an either-or situation. Every specificity, every particularity is niched within, or is part of the all-at-onceness of the emergence of the whole, which occurs again and again and again. So, because is the basis of words linking together and moving out and giving us our purchase on the world, our way of earning money and being with people, that's its expansion. But we also use it as our contraction. When we say the sound of 3 times together, long and slow, we're calling all the mental movements which have invested identifications in things. This person's my friend, this person's my enemy, and so on. We're just allowing this to come back into its source. It was just mama, car, toy, friend. All of this expansion comes back into and dissolves. So the sound, the constructions dissolves in the sound dissolves in silence, and then we're just sitting. And the R that we visualize in front of us is a supportive symbol of this emptiness. And when we make the third sound of R, it dissolves in the space, and we're just sitting with the gaze resting in space. The world doesn't stop. The world goes on. This is very important. We don't do it. We are much, much less important than we think. The egoic fantasy, the I as a separate entity different from other entities, that delusion, when it dissolves, the flow of the world continues as it does. And we are there. And the less participative or engaged we are in that moment, the more the inherent lucidity or clarity or luminosity of what's occurring arises. That is to say, a thought comes and vanishes. What's the nature of the thought? It has no substance. Appears and disappears, like a wave in the ocean. The ocean is water. The wave is water. When we see just the wave, we don't see the water of the ocean. The wave appears to be something other than the ocean. So when the thought arises in the mind, this is just like a little wave in the ocean of silence and spaciousness. Woof, this wave arises and descends and vanishes. So we say, oh, sometimes it's a very choppy, stormy sea. There are many, many waves coming all at once. You're just sitting, oh, we've got space. It's just movement of emptiness. Nothing is born, nothing is established. So it doesn't have to be corrected. If thoughts had an essential truth embedded inside them, then you would have a genuine basis for discrimination, for saying this is a good thought and that's a bad thought, and we should get more of the good thoughts and fewer of the bad thoughts, because they are really different, truly different. But it's not like that. This is not a dogma. You don't have to believe me. You just have to sit and observe yourself. Thoughts come and go, come and go. And often our thoughts are kind of surprising. They don't follow some clear, linear developmental path. They zoom here and there. A thought arises which seems true, and then a contradiction of it arises. So this is a stormy sea where the waves are cross-cutting each other. They're coming into the shore like into a bay, and the tide is, and the waves are moving. It's just water. We stay with this with the emptiness. The emptiness is the water. The waves are the potential of emptiness as they manifest patterns which last just 1 second, less than a second. Does that make sense? So the key thing is, don't do anything. Don't be in charge. And in particular, let go of the idea that it's your mind and your responsibility. And this is one of the great difficulties in raising children, that you have to encourage them to take responsibility for themselves at the various stages of their lives. That they have to kind of start to get ready to pack their own school bag and think about what they need and look at the school timetable and put in the gym shoes for the gym day and so on. It's your life, you have to do it. And so we've had lots of have to messages with some anxiety. If I don't do it right, there's going to be consequences. That's not going to be pleasant. So I'm in charge, I'm in charge. Most of us never quite feel in charge of our lives. We're kind of blown around by these waves of happenstance and occurrence, yet somehow there's an idea, I should be in charge, I should know what's going on, and it's all up to me. The key thing is when that sort of patterning arises for you, the temptation to fall into it, to merge into it, is very strong. If it comes at you, just relax into the out-breath, and it will vanish. You can guarantee it will vanish. It always vanishes. So it seems to be so true. It seems to be undeniable, and then it's gone. And then it's gone. So this is the difference between the linearity of the three times, past, present, and future, and the infinite time of here and now. So after the third you're here, now, you're just here. And you're not pursuing what's coming. You're not going back after what just occurred. You're just here, present, and it's arising with you. With you. When we looked at these 3 verses of Gareth Williams yesterday, each line has this phrase in it, talk to, which means on. Just on the point, on the beat, as if you were playing music. You've got to be on the beat, on the beat. You don't want to be ahead of it, you don't want to be behind it. If you're on the beat, you're just there. It's balanced. So you're here, now, this is here, this is coming, this is coming, this is coming. If you don't expect something into the future, if you don't chase after the past, you're always here and now, here and now. So you never get lost, because everything is occurring in the only place it ever can occur, which is here and now. So the dreams of the future and the past and what could be and what shouldn't have happened, all these create this illusion of some kind of time travel, which ungrounds you so that you move around trying to sort things out. But if you're settled, you're just here, and these experiences are arising and dissolving, arising and dissolving. Okay, so we'll try the practice now, and we'll do it many times before we end tomorrow. And there'll be time to ask questions about your experience. So again, sitting in a comfortable way. We usually do this practice with our gaze open into the space in front of us, not fixating on the wall ahead of you or the impression of other people, but more the space within which these formations arise. Okay. So with this practice, we certainly at the beginning, we don't do it for very long, because it's a practice of non-effort. You're not trying to achieve something. So it's almost like these 3 hours are like a big wave, and you're surfing out on that big wave, and it allows you to continue in the spaciousness. But then, of course, thoughts and memories and so on arise, and you start to get a little entangled. The important thing is, don't struggle with that entanglement. Don't try to sort it out, because that brings you back into a dualistic, oh, there's something gone wrong and it's up to me to sort it. Relax into the out-breath, or get up and stretch, look out the window, and then come back and do it again if you're on your own. The key thing is, as Gareth Williams said yesterday, your original face is there. See your original face. Open to your original face. What covers your original face is your own thought. Now, this is where it's a bit tricky. So we take the image of the mirror, which is used a lot in Dzogchen. When you look in the mirror, you see reflections. You don't see the mirror itself. The mirror is revealed through its reflections. So when you're looking for your original face, it appears as arisings. Just as you don't get the mirror without reflections, the mind fills with thoughts, feelings, and so on. So if you just see, oh, this is the evanescent, like bubbles in champagne. It's just bubbling up, image, image, sensation, image. This is the potential or the life energy of emptiness. You couldn't see emptiness, you couldn't catch emptiness, except just for a split second, because the movement of the mind is, Tibetans say, magagpa, means not stopped. Nothing interrupts it. It's just ceaseless. Experience is arising, is arising. Experience is the luminosity of your natural face. So, whether you have daydreams or thoughts or memories or fantasies, whatever it is that's arising, this is the energy of your mind. Now, ordinarily what happens is these experiences that arise in the mind are taken to be communications about something else. So a thought comes, I don't know, what's in the fridge? So when I get home, should I go to the shops on the way home? Some thought like that might arise. It's a thought, and when you take it from your ego self position, it's a very useful thought to have. Checklist, write it down, go to the shops, get some milk, get some bread, whatever you need. The thought is telling me about something. It's a communication about the reality of the world I live in. From this point of view, this is the revelation of the ground. If you follow it from the dualistic point of view, I'm thinking about something, it is the thinking about which creates the somethingness of the something. The something is not self-existing, it is constructed by the particular patterning of your mental energy imbued with emotional resonance. So the thought arises. This is the flowering or the showing of the ground. So when we walk about in this beautiful place, there are many things growing. They are the energy of the ground. If the ground was depleted, as it is in many parts of Britain due to bad agricultural practice, you wouldn't get such a plethora of amazing growth, because the depleted ground wouldn't sustain it. But here, the ground gives rise to all of this variety. Now, you could see the variety in terms of the Latin names of the plants, and you could focus on their differences, that this is a bush, this is a tree, this is a singular flower, and so on. But they are all the flowerings of the potential of the earth. Does that make sense? So we're always at a crossroads. Do we enter it from the position of I, me, myself, and I'm a smart cookie, I know a thing or two about life, I can tell you what this is, and we gain power by putting the names onto things, which leads to a kind of fragmentation of the world. I live in a world of stuff, and all the bits of it have different qualities. Or we stay with the all-at-onceness. We look out, have a break, we go outside, and there's a vista of incredible differentiation, all of which is coming from the ground. This is the richness of the ground, the diversity, the multiplicity of the potential of the ground. So I don't need to do anything. It's all fine. It's just the potential of the ground. This is hard for gardeners to understand, because they know the difference between flowers and weeds. And it may well be, theoretically speaking, that weeds are the richness of the ground, but we get rid of them. So the tendency to edit what's going on from the standpoint of I know how I want my garden to be, this is the real problem. It is as it is. It comes as it comes. Like I mentioned this Tibetan phrase yesterday, Chi Sha Rangdrol. However it arises, whatever arises is self-liberating. If you don't reify it and then you don't compare and contrast it and locate it in a network of things, if you just stay with the immediacy of what's arising, it vanishes and vanishes and vanishes. So don't reify, don't concretize. However your mind is, this is the showing of the ground. We're not trying to get rid of the thoughts to get to the real truth underneath, because these thoughts are the expression of the real truth that doesn't show itself. Just like the mirror. You never see the mirror as mirror as mirror. You see the mirror as reflection. So we started to touch on this notion of the three kayas or three modes or three aspects of the Buddha. There's openness, the unborn Dharmakaya. There is the richness of illusory display, which is linked to our inner experience, our memories, our thoughts, our plans, because these are so impactful and yet so nebulous. They have no substance. And yet, if you take them the wrong way, they carry you here, there, and everywhere. So if you stay with the insubstantiality of what is occurring, you see, oh, this is just the revelation of the potential of what's occurring. It's the grasping which is distorting, because you can't grasp everything. The grasping is always selective. We're sitting in the room now, so some of you are looking at me. If you focus on me, then there's lots of things you don't quite see. If you relax your gaze from me and open it to a panoramic vision, so that it's as if you're looking out the sides of your eyes, it's very different. It's all-inclusive, and it doesn't bring any figural construction. Everything, when you have this panoramic gaze, everything has equal status. A wee bit fuzzy, but anyway, it's all here as it is. And once you hone in on something and focus on it, this becomes more alive, more vibrant, and the rest recedes in the background. So the Dzogchen view is this panoramic vision, all-inclusive. That's the meaning of Dharmadhatu, the space of all phenomena, the all-at-onceness of everything. But the ego is seeking selectivity, the attribution of value to what's arising, and then the denial that that value was attributed so that it seems to be intrinsic in the object. So that's a real quick double deception that goes on. So I know you're in a place like Italy and you go to an ice cream parlor and there's so many varieties of ice cream. You choose one, or maybe two if you're lucky. So you get the ice cream. This is the best. All these other flavors are there, but for some reason, this one spoke to you. This is what you wanted. And it is the best for you in that moment, but that doesn't mean anything about the true status of the other flavors. They're all valid. It's a good place. Italians know how to make ice cream, so it's all really good, but this is the best. It's the best because it's for me. So there you see, this is the ego as the center of the world. It's pulling the evaluation back to the central reference point of, I like this the best. Well, that's a halfway house. The full conclusion is, it is the best. So you have the subjective experience, which flips over, it is the best. And it becomes an objectified truth about the object, which then puts everything else into the background. So I'm sure we've all experienced that in our life in various ways. So the more we can maintain, and this is the difficult one, maintain the panoramic vision plus the unique specificity of the moment. So these three kayas, or the three aspects of the potential of the mind is empty and open. There's the potential or the possibilities which are arising all at once. They come all together. And then you come into interaction with other people and you're talking to one person, which means you're not talking to another person simultaneously. So the specificity of the moment, if you collapse into it, brings a forgetfulness of the other. But if the movement towards the specificity of the other is held within the panoramic openness, it doesn't get chopped off. The umbilical cord isn't cut. It's a intensified moment within the field. It remains contained in the field. Does that make sense? But when it's isolated, it takes on all the projections and all the interest. Everything else ebbs away, and then you flip from one to another, to another, to another. And it's quite dislocating, and we see this in the meditation. You're following some thought, you've got distracted, you're in a riff, and then, fuck, where am I? Oh, I have to do this now. Because you were lost. Whereas if you hold the specificity in the spaciousness, you don't get lost. So open, all at once, just this. Open, all at once, just this. And this is the integrity, the intrinsic integrity of the three kayas. Okay, let's do the practice again. Or first, are there any questions about the practice itself, about what we're doing? No? Okay, so we do the practice. Okay. So many kinds of experience arise when you're sitting. You may experience what we might call distraction or getting lost. You fall into a pattern of thoughts. If we were practicing ordinary shamatha, then we would think, oh, I have gone somewhere else. I've strayed from the breath, which I need to keep focusing on. But now we are in a completely different domain. We are opening to the open. We just open. Whatever arises is within the open. If you go into a whirlpool of thoughts, that's the quality of the open at this moment for you. It's not a mistake, it's not an error. So the instruction is always don't enter into judgment, because judgment puts you apart as the judge, seeing what's going on, checking it out against your template of how it should be, and then you're just wandering in the ego identity. Whatever comes, comes. So this takes us back to the question of, well, what is the ground? What is the source? In this famous aspiration of Kuntuzangpo, he sets up very clearly that there is a soul ground. We can say one ground, but it's not one against many. It's just there is the ground, and this ground is the ground of everything. What is this ground? It is the mind itself. It is awareness or rigpa and emptiness. Emptiness here is not a thing, it's not some metaphysical quality, it's the ungraspability of awareness. That when you are aware, see, again in language we have to be so careful, because if we say when you are aware of, that's already putting in someone who is aware to something. It's more like when you are present with, when you are not other than this openness. So it's what we open to the open and there's no difference. It's sometimes described as meditating sky to sky. Now clearly the sky has no boundaries. So if when you do the practice you're like the sky and your gaze is open into the sky, so as it were the subject sky and the object sky have no difference. There's just sky, there's just openness. So that's the ground or the source. Everything is in that. And then manifestation occurs. Because manifestation and the open, empty ground come together. They're not two things. It's not that the ground has the capacity to manifest. It's not a thing with limited capacities. It just shows itself. So if you were doing, for example, a tantric practice where you visualize a deity and you say the mantras to have more sense of the deity, and then you might have rays of light coming from the body, speech and mind, Om Ahung in the deity purifying you so that you experience you're having a body full of light. The deity's body is light, your body is light, and you merge together. It might come in through the top of your head, into your heart, and you merge into that. So there's just one ball of light. So that you now have the non-duality of subject and object. And this ball of light gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you are the ball of light. You're not aware of it, you're not thinking about it. You're present in this ball of light, and it's shrinking so that this tiniest point, this tiniest tingly point, it vanishes into space, and there's just space. Nothing at all. And then occurrence comes. Sometimes it could be a thought, sometimes it could be a sensation, it could be a dog barking, something occurs. And this is the key point. Who is the experiencer of what occurs? Because you could think, oh, that's my dog. Fuck, it must have got out of the house. So now you're all, woof, woof. You're really into dualistic thinking, something must be done, something's gone wrong. You've lost the whole thing. But if you hear, this emptiness, this no-thingness is infinite. It is not finite. It has no limit, no boundary. The sound is within. The sensation is within. The memory is within. Everything which occurs is within the ground source, or within the Dharma Dhatu, or within the fundamental mandala of Kuntuzampo. You could describe it in any ways, but everything is within this whole infinite is diverse in how it shows. And so the diversity is not a rupture or a tear to the fabric of the openness, because the openness has no fabric. There's nothing for events to act on and bring a torque or a tear. It's just open. Everything is the display of emptiness or the open ground, or in the term that more and more translators use, it's the luminosity of the ground. Traditionally, it's often described as in the morning as the sun rises, before the sun comes over the horizon, you get this diffuse light which fills the sky. So this is the arena of clarity, and then within that, as the rays of light come out more and more, you have the specificity of what can be identified. they are forms of light. The source of the light is the sun, and the sun here is the image for Rigpa or awareness. It is the brightness of your own mind which reveals these experiences. This is the richness of the mind. Everything is within the here and now, within the space of the mind, with diversity. When diversity is not understood, there is this and there is that. And if it's this, it's not that. So instead of this and that being a kind of play of the potential that could arise, they go back to back. They are mutually rejecting, mutually repelling. If you're a man, you're not a woman. If you're a man, you're not a child, and so on. So this is not that. But what is the thisness of this? Where did the this come from? If you cut history and you just stay with this, then the seeming concreteness of whatever it would be, your anger or your tiredness or whatever, seems to stand in opposition to feeling fresh and at ease. It's not that. I'm not like that. I'm not in the fucking mood. Leave me alone. I'm this. What is the basis of that? Emptiness. So we have so many practices, and what we looked at yesterday, dependent origination. Everything is coming from somewhere. The fundamental ground is where it truly comes from. In relative truth, we look at dependent origination to see the sequences of the evolution of particular moments. But nothing is self-existing. So this is a shape of emptiness, and that is a shape of emptiness. In their emptiness, they are not different. In their this and thatness, it would appear that they are different. So if you lose contact with, if you're not present in the open, empty ground, then the specificity of the patterning of this and the specificity of the patterning of that seem to be mutually oppositional, contradictory, and they're driven apart. This, of course, hooks in the reification, the solidification. It is real, it is different, it has its own existence. And then the whole of samsara builds up from that. But if we see, oh, this and that arise in the mind, transient patterns, a play of creativity which doesn't create anything. We don't really have a nice, as far as I know, a nice word in English. It's like a kind of play. There is a formation, a bit if you were doing a kind of jazz dance improvisation. Somebody's moving towards you and their body's taking a particular shape and your body comes into a shape with them. Doesn't mean fuck all, doesn't mean anything. It's just like what's established. Nothing's established. It's just this movement and that movement, move in a configuration and then you move off and your body's moving with someone else. Nothing is established. And yet there was an occurrence which had qualities, hopefully of delight and interest and vitality. And it's just that. There's no doggy bag, there's no accumulation, no building up anything. That's why it can be extremely boring to watch a group doing improvisation work. It's very nice for them because they're in it. And you're on the outside thinking, oh my God. Because it's not an object, it's not a thing, it's not like a rehearsed performance. So, with this practice of the 3R, we go back to the source, and everything which arises is the display of the source. Non-dual with the source. Non-dual simply means it's not two, it's not one. It's not exactly the same as the source, otherwise there would be nothing at all. Nor is it truly different from the source, otherwise it would be separate and isolated and you would have two. But you have both together, like in the Heart Sutta. Form is emptiness, Emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Looks different, isn't different. Because emptiness doesn't stand in contradiction to anything else. Diversity is diversity of the display of the potential of the ground. So if the ground is not clear for us, we are highly likely to fall into duality and solidification and the judgment of this in relation to that in terms of their qualities. So I'll say something about the arising of unawareness, because it helps to illuminate this. There are different ways in which unawareness is described in text. Some use 4 stages, some use 3 stages, some just 2 stages. But as Gareth Williams says in his aspiration, there is one ground and 2 paths. The 2 paths is, one path is being aware of the ground, being not different from the ground, being present with the ground, as the ground, in the ground. And the second is being unaware of the ground. If you're unaware of the ground, there's nothing, you're just kind of in nothingness. And so the text describes there's the arising of moments of oblivion in which the first hint of somethingness, which would be like a reflection coming out of the mirror, almost like, if you remember the Nutcracker ballet, at night all the creatures come, all the toys come alive and start to act. So if you imagine that something which has the status of a reflection within the mirror somehow takes on a life of its own, like Pinocchio. And this false life, this imagined life, creates a displacement. Nothing is actually displaced. It's still a reflection in the mirror, but it is as if something separated, autonomous, was there. This is the beginning of consciousness in which I am conscious of. So it's a double move. It's a reflexive action in which there is an I am, the one who is conscious, and I am conscious of. So here you get the beginning of the vibration of subject and object as being separated out. So this first stage is called Senticepe Marikpa, the unawareness which is a co-emergence. That is to say, the reflection is in the mirror, but it's pretending it isn't. So this is like a child saying, I don't like you, Mummy, go away, go away. Or a teenager putting a notice on the door, keep out. This is my room. In my mother's house, but my room. So the child has no claim to separation, is fully dependent, but it's unpleasant. So the child is separate and not separate. So if you want to assert your autonomy, you have to diminish gratitude, because the gratitude shows the lines of resources that come to you. You say, no, I'm me. And for many children, that's very painful, because mum just says, okay, what's in the kitchen is not for you. Got a life of your own. Eat your toes. Because it's a lie. That separative autonomy is a self-deception. It's not like that, but we would like it to be like that. Because for the ego, having separated out, it's faced with dependency. And that feels unpleasant. I am me, But in order for me to be me, I rely on you, which takes us back to yesterday, independent origination. And we would say, of course it does. We are always dependent on others. But it's the assertion, I'm just me, leave me alone. Don't tell me what to do. I've had enough of it. I'm standing up for myself. All of these assertions, which we can readily understand, are in fact a stupid violence against how it is. Because if I exist, the pliability, the flexibility of belonging seems like a diminishment of my freedom. Does that make sense? So, when I was a kid in my house, it would be, okay, can you clear the table now? Don't want to. But you ate the food. Why do I have to do all these things? My mother's kind of looking at me. Who did the shopping? Who did the cooking? You just have to take the fucking plate, put it in the kitchen. I have to do everything. Now that, of course, that was stealing my mother's best line because she wanted to say, I do everything. And that was true from her voice, but not from mine. But if that's the feeling tone, why do I have to do what you want? Because I'm not you. So there you get the breakdown of the felt sense of belonging that we're all in it together. So if we go back to this naming of this form of ignorance, Hlenchik Chepi Marikpa. Hlenchik Chepi, Hlen means together, Chik means kind of at once here, and Kepa means to arise. So born together, co-emergent. You're part of your family, but you're also learning to be independent. And that's such a bumpy ride nowadays in our culture. So it's a similar thing. Instead of being a reflection that's bright, that has its unique pattern, as all reflections do, there's an extra little wedge that comes in as if to say, I'm not dependent on the mirror. I am myself. And therefore, any shifting in the pattern of the reflections in the mirror becomes like an attack, undermining who I am. But I'm a reflection in the mirror. I'm within, I'm already in the gang, I'm on the inside, and I'm moving with the movement, but I'm claiming to be myself. So this is the tragedy of unawareness of the ground. And then from that, the second level is called the unawareness which names everything, kuntu tagpa. Tagpa means like a sign or a label, an identification. So everything can be named, and the name seems to point to an essence, a ground essence which gives rise to the particularity of this individual entity. So each of us has a sense of being ourselves, and we are ourselves, and we could each tell a story of ourselves, how we became more ourselves, our family, our school, our happiness, our trauma, and so on. Biography and autobiography is very popular. So this is the unfolding of the story of myself, which is imputing that there is a self which shows itself through these various situations, rather than the delusion of having a self is encouraged through a particular reading of the diversity of experiences that arise. So as long as we are labeling, we have a position of power. We have a double move, defining and defined. In life, it's better to be a definer than a defined. Power lies with definition, with who says this is a terrorist, who says who has passed the exam, who says who can come in to join this club. So if I can define your qualities, I'm like Dostoevsky's investigator who's sitting behind the lamp. I'm in the dark, I'm in the shadow, but the lamp is on you. So you are illuminated, you are objectified. I can see how you are, but you can't see me. This is the power of the definer. When the World Bank trolls around and investigates economies in different countries, these are kind of nameless civil servants, but they expose the activities, ethical or fraudulent, in different countries, and decisions are made. Many powerful groups in the world are unaccountable. They're almost invisible. The ideal for big hedge funds is to be completely invisible. They're just functioning. You can't work out who's really on the committees. You can't really work out where the whole basic office is. But they're seeing, they're investigating, they're looking, identifying, but you can't catch them. Like the secret agents of Russia, which are running around in Britain, the secret agents of China that are running around in Britain, checking things out. We don't know who they are, but they're looking. So this is like the egoic function that seeks to create knowledge by accumulating information about something. So first you have somethingness, the reification, which came from that first level of ignorance. And then on the basis of you being this kind of person, I can attribute certain qualities. And if I have the power, you then become the carrier of the projection of my identification, and you can't escape from it. And that's what happened with slavery. When British were going to the west coast of Africa and trading to buy these people who had been living in their villages, who had been caught by the slaving groups, when they bought these people, they bought functions. They didn't buy whole people. That they were assessed in terms of breeding, in terms of physical health and capability to work in a hot plantation and so on. They were turned into a commodity, and which is the kind of end product of naming. We touched on the way people were given numbers in Auschwitz, and they're reduced to something inside a bureaucratic structure. Their sense of being a full person, somebody with feelings, with memories, with skills, was obliterated. They were already flattened before death came. All the various contours of Eastern European Jewish culture was just flattened because you're just one of them. Just one of them. So the power of naming is very strong. I mean, it can go in the other direction as well. Medical research and so on, the investigations of DNA and RNA, these are all very fine discernments which are going, and we can see many new treatments are arising from that you can see the function of certain antidotes and the function of certain diseases, and you bring the two together and you have a breakthrough. So it's not that the definition is wrong, but it's operating inside duality. So you could have discernment, which would be to see the particular shaping and coloring without reification. So in the tantric mandala system, the purification of desire is called the wisdom which sees each and every particular. So it's discerning diversity, but without imputing an internal essence which supports that difference. Does that make sense? So when you go to the sea and you see the waves moving, you can see the waves look different. They each have their own shape. So this is discernment, but you know that the wave is the water. The wave is not different from the water. But when you see people maybe of different colors or from different races, and you think, oh, they're one of them, they're not our kind of people, and then you have a discrimination which cuts a particular shaping and locates people close to me or distant from me. So that's what this kind of ignorance is about. It's a kind of mastery through knowledge, and knowledge is the opposite of awareness, because knowledge is cumulative. You build it up and it's interpretive, whereas awareness is just present with. So awareness stays fresh. Hello, how are you? It's always giving everyone a second chance and a third chance and a millionth chance, because it's fresh. It doesn't bear grudges. It's like, if we recite the 4 immeasurables, may all beings be happy and have the root of happiness. May all beings be free of suffering and the root of suffering. May all beings have the happiness which is not tainted by any sorrow. May all beings experience the equanimity which is not biased in favor of friends or against enemies. This is so beautiful, and it's very, very deep. So how would you not have a bias in favor of friends and against enemies? Because friends and enemies are manifestations of the categorization that comes from this level of unawareness, of thinking that there is somebody there who I don't like, somebody there who I do like. And that's a fundamental difference. But it's not a fundamental difference. It's an attribution on the basis of my mental activity, not their defining qualities. So we start to have equanimity when we calm our own mind, and we don't nurture prejudice inside, and we don't favor our own solidifying interpretations, and we just experience people as being how they are. And we stay with their phenomenological presentation as it shifts and turns moment by moment. Okay? So shall we take a break now? If it could be precisely 30 minutes, that'd be good. So we're back at 25:2. So we do this Guru Yoga of the White Ah again, but we do it in a slightly different form. You're just sitting, and you imagine that the white Ah is in your heart, surrounded by these rays of 5-colored light, white, red, blue, yellow, and green, spreading out around it. So when we make the sound of Ah, it's more internal, with the energy of the Ah spreading out through these rays of light. In the Dzogchen teachings, they explain many different ways of understanding what's going on. And there are diverse explanations because the truth is ungraspable. The non-dual presence is not a thing. It's not something you can apprehend, get hold of. So all the explanations are kind of gestures, and that's why it's useful to get many different kinds of teachings. And then you find that each way opens up different pathways. Some really sing for you. Others, you can't get any sense of it. And that's how your own particular energy is meeting it. So one way is to say that everything arises in a progression from the open ground of 3 aspects. The first is sound, then light as light all at onceness, and then rays of light. If we think of sound, it's manifesting, ah, ooh, yeah, but there's nothing to hold on to. Sound is always slipping away. It's very, very intimate. If you listen to a piece of music, maybe you lie on a sofa and put on earphones and you're listening to, some Bach or something. Sound is there. It's so inside you, pervading you. You're almost just at one with the sound, and there's nothing to hold on to at all. Of course, you can be a music critic. You can stand in relation to the sound. You can compare one performance to another, but that's what you do for money. if you want to enjoy the music, you don't stand in relation to it. You open yourself to the music, and the music flows through you. And then you see, there's not nothing, there is sound, but the sound is nothing, because there's no thingness in sound. It's always vanishing, arises and vanishing. And it's the most simple and precise way to get a sense of the self-arising and self-vanishing, just listening to a sound. So if you're in a cafe and there's people sitting at the next table and they're talking away, you can just listen to that sound. Don't fall into the cognitive content. It's just sound, waves of sound. And you can hear how some of the sound is harmonious, some is disharmonious, some is inviting, some is blocking. That's when sound is used as a means of conveying something. It's a medium for that supports the elaboration of concepts and interpretation. But sound itself, that which the concepts are resting on, is always dissolving and always dissolving. So in that sense, it's like the Dharmakaya. You can't say there's nothing there at all, because if the ground was nothing, nothing comes from nothing. What comes from nothing is the showing of nothing as something without being something. And that's what sound is. Sound seems to be something because you get the impact, but you can't catch it. Okay? So when we make the sound of ah, it's also a way of loosening the foundation of the construction of the world of things. That we are thinking, okay, all these identificatory concepts are resting on sound. Let's not follow the trajectory of interpretation, but stay with the actuality of sound itself. Something which is nothing. Something which is nothing. Or to put it as we looked before the break, it's the diversity of the potential of nothing. So that's the richness of our world. So the first stage is the sound, and then the second, the light. This is like, as we looked just before, like the dawn light, the pre-dawn light that spreads through the sky, but you can't see the source. It's just light. And then when the sun comes up, you see more clearly the rays of the sun coming, and they illuminate the particulars. So if you're watching, on a dark night, as the light starts to arise, first it's just blackness, and then there's the faint sense of the potential of something, forms which are forms of the dark. And then as the light increases, they become forms of the light. And as the light then increases more, you have something. And with the something, you have the differentiation. And you see, oh, these are two different kinds of trees. Before I just saw these shapes. Were they the same, not the same? But now I say, oh yes, that's definitely different. And so the rays of light bring a particularization. And this is, again, where we have to be very bright and clear and mindful ourselves. The particularization of the potential of the ground. So when we see the tree with all the different leaves, this is the potential of revelation. If you reify it, you can say, well, it's this kind of tree and it has these many leaves and some of them are already diseased and that's what's happening to ash trees or whatever. But you've already then taken, of these two paths, you've taken the path of unawareness, in which this is an object and I'm the subject and I'll tell you about the subject. So if you find yourself in the practice going down that, being the one who knows, the one who makes the commentary, the one who sorts out and organizes, don't worry, don't do anything, just sit, that will vanish. These confectionaries, like being in an amazing Parisian patisserie, and they've got all these incredible things, and it's just sugar. It's just sugar. But wow, they can make a lot with sugar. So we make these come woof in our mind, and then it dissolves. Like a summertime cloud, huge, filling the sky, and then the wind blows and it vanishes. If you don't move, movement will move. If you move, you're part of the movement, denying your movement. Does that make sense? So how do we not move? Not by an act of will, not by trying, not by discipline, but by relaxing. As Gareth Williams says, the ground, your original face, is here, open to it. You are the space within which experience occurs, and you are the experience of the most subtle pulsations of potential, of energy, and you are the participant as you get up from the practice and move in the world of the specificity of whatever you encounter. And as you encounter the specificity of situations, you come into formation. So I am very, very grateful to the chair which is by the door, so that I can sit on the chair and put on my shoes. That pertains to my particular physical condition at the moment. Before I didn't need that. Before I might even have felt outraged at the proposition I needed a chair. And now I'm very grateful. That is to say, we manifest with the world, how we respond to it. We take our place in the world. And that's always easiest as if we are coming into formation with the world as it is forming. There is no done deal. There isn't a fixed world out there. There is the world revealed through your participation. Now, that may sound like nonsense to you. You may have a very strong sense of the materiality, the fixedness of the world. But you can investigate that. There's a tree. So you start, that's a tree. I know it's a tree. You might know what kind of tree it is. If you walk close to the tree and you look at the bark, as you walk round, the bark is always changing. So the variety of the shadings of the bark, the texture of the bark, and if you lick it, the taste of the bark, you smell it, the way the sap is arising. This is a kind of, as if it's singing to you, it would be a polyphonic experience. There are so many voices coming, or textures coming through your senses, and yet you subsume it, it's a tree. Here you see knowledge is empowering and simultaneously stupefying from the point of view we're considering, and awareness is illuminating and silencing, because there's nothing to say. You really become close to the tree in its ungraspable multiplicity of potentials. It fills you, you enjoy it, and there's nothing to do with it because it's not a thing. If you want to do something with the thing, you have to cut that co-emergence and take you up a position apart from the tree and look at it as an object which you can then place according to your disposition and interests. So that's where we have one ground and two paths. So for our purposes, we're always wanting to relax back into the receptive awareness within which everything is occurring. Okay? So sit as before, let your skeleton carry your weight. Generally, we do the practice with our eyes open, but with all these practices, check in with yourself. If it's not easy to do it with your eyes open, then you can close your eyes, and then you can gradually have your eyes half open, and then maybe open, and just see how it is. And it may be that on different days, according to your mood, you want to have different ways of practicing. You come first. You come first. Dzogchen books, in Tibet, they're wrapped in very nice cloth, they're put on a high shelf. People might even light butter lamps in front of them. One thing you can guarantee, from the very beginning of time, no book has ever got enlightened. People get enlightened, sentient beings get enlightened. So if you become a slave of the text and you're endlessly adapting to it, but it doesn't fit, you can kind of move about a bit until you find how to make it work for you. You don't want to muck it up with your own fancy thoughts and turn it into your own fantasy. That wouldn't be helpful. But just seeing, okay, oh, when I do it with my eyes closed, I really have that sense of infinite openness. And you practice like that. And then maybe one day it shifts and you want to try it with your eyes open. But always start with yourself. You are the basis. You have within you the potential of the three kayas. You have all the Buddha's qualities within you, but they're covered up. In the tradition it says, it's like there was a lamp, like a butter lamp, inside a clay pot. And the lamp's burning away, but it's not seen. So that's like us. In our heart, there is this potential of light and illumination, of the radiance of the mind. But we're inside a vessel, and the vessel is our own assumptions, our knowledge, our predictions, our fantasy, our sense that I exist. And a clay pot is very vulnerable. It's fragile. It's only biscuit fired. It's not robust at all. But it has the power to obscure. So that's the same. Our ego self is very fragile. It has really no substance to it. But it has the power to hide the light. So what we're doing when we say the 3R is we're breaking the pot or dissolving the pot. The pot itself is not something as solid as we think it is. The lamp is still there. The lamp is intrinsic. The obscurations are conditional. They arise due to the specifics of a situation. They can be obscured. Like we looked at the example of slavery. People are in their village, carrying on with a certain degree of freedom. They can choose to do this or that, and then suddenly they're caught in some iron lock is put around their neck, they're enchained with other people, and they're trudging through the jungle to the slave ships. They are caught, and they've lost their freedom. This is the same for us. We get caught, we get enslaved. In Tibetan, they talk about the fetters of duality. Just as if your legs are bound by an iron bar, you can't run. You can't run away from the slavers. You're limited. So when you come into that structure, you don't find your freedom. So in our heart, white letter R, it's 5-colored light around it. We make the sound of R 3 times, and then we're just sitting with the openness, but with the sense of this openness spreading out from our heart. Because in a sense, each of us is the center of the world. If you thought of that from an objective point of view, it would be crazy. Because the world is very big and we are small people wandering in the world. But what world do we live in? We live in our world. We live in the world of our experience. And the center of our world of experience is our heart, is our basic noetic capacity, our knowing capacity, our illumination. So all experience arises for us. Nobody here has the same experience as anyone else. It's the unique specificity of the profile of your emergence. You are empty, without form. You are this luminosity of potential, and you are the specificity of each and every form as you arise and move in the world with others. So this is the sense of this open, empty eye in your heart. Okay. So, in a sense, from the egoic point of view, when you do this kind of practice, you're opening yourself to meaninglessness. You're not trying to build up any patterns of meaning. You're not trying to interpret. There's just this range of experiences which arise, they come and they go. To what purpose? To achieve what? Doesn't achieve anything. It is meaninglessness. But it's meaningless from the point of view of the ego, which is always trying to create meanings and create value. In fact, to create a profit on every transaction. That there should be some excess. Because of course, this is the beginning of civilization. Once you can plant corn and the seed that you get from the harvest of the corn is greater than the seed you planted, that excess allows you to start trading and build temples and so on, as we saw in the Near East in the early times. Excess. But here, it's a non-cumulative stance, not building up, not getting more, letting it go. But it could be useful. That's an interesting thought. Let it go. Then I'll have nothing. Yeah, you have nothing. So there you can see how it's one ground and two paths, and we stand on these two paths, and it's like they're two boats, and they're starting to drift apart, and you're getting a bit stretched here. What will I choose? What will I choose? Meaninglessness. When I retired from the hospital, I took down the little name plate that was on my door, put it in my bag. I had my little identifications to get through the door, gave them to the secretary. I went from being on the inside to the outside. So if I ever went back, which I didn't, I'd have to ring the bell and they'd say, "Who is there?" It's gone. That world that I lived in was just like in the Tibetan, they often give the example of a summer camp of nomads, that people travel from all kind of places and they put up their tents, they do their trade and so on, engagements and marriages, and then it's time to go, and all that's left are little piles of 3 stones blackened by being used as the base for a fire. It's all gone. There's no trace. And that's our life when we look back, being at school, being in university, falling in love, the end of a relationship, having a career, retiring. These are all like castles in the air, like dreams. They were meaningful when we invested them with meaning. They were not inherently meaningful. And part of the sadness often in a work situation is the energy, karmic energy, if you like, which allows you to make your occupation meaningful, can start to fade. And then you find, I'm only doing it for the money. I've got a mortgage to pay off, or I've got to get the kids through school. And then it's going through the motions, and it's like being in a swamp. I used to like my job. I don't know what happened. That's a very common experience. It happens in relationships between people as well. And what we often don't realize is this was the arising of a patterning of our energy as it could flow into a formation, and then it is no longer sustained in that formation. It was not real. From the point of view of Dzogchen, what we call real is a delusion. Everything is unreal. The root of real is res, which means a thing, an entity, that which exists in itself, an existent. And there are no existence. Nothing is real. Everything is an illusion. But illusion doesn't mean just nothing at all, because illusions have flavors. If you go to the cinema, the film is an illusion. It's a projection onto a screen. But we believe in the characters, and we're laughing, or we're crying, or we're afraid. We succumb to illusion. We bring our belief, which takes us into the storyline, the world of that movie, and we're moving with the storyline, affected by it. We're touched and moved, and then it's over. And then we go out of the cinema, and the structure of the cinema continues as every day of our life, because we're touched and moved by events, and they're all illusory. You have a job for many years, and it's your world, and then it's not. It's gone. Nowadays, people take so many photos with their phones. But a photo is a very thin representation of how it was. It may be an aide-memoire, but even a memory is thin in comparison to the actuality. The actuality of each moment is unrepeatable. We'll never be here together like this. This is just unique, and it has this. So if we appreciate this, which is here, we have to be here to appreciate it. We can't think about it or write some notes about it. It's just this. And we're touched and moved, and maybe that movement allows us to become more flexible and to open, but we didn't get anything. Hopefully what we get is the non-getting, that I don't need to get. What I need is appreciation, a heightened aesthetic sensibility, so that I am touched and moved by more and more subtle experiences, like gentle caresses. And so I feel myself as part of the world. If you live in a cocoon or in a shell, you're moving through the world, but this carapace protects you from naked encounter. The foundational Buddha of this lineage is Samantabhadra, and he is naked. He has no pockets. He can't take anything with him. He's not protected. He's just naked, not covered. Most of us are like a mohair sweater. We walk in the forest and all the burrs stick to it. We carry all these traces of the past. We take that off. We do the 3R. It's just naked. And then these experiences are arising, tempting. But what would we do with them? We've got no pockets, no bag, no need. No need. We have a need for excitement, a need for interest. Well, there's plenty of diversity, but it's the diversity of experience, not the diversity of entities. It is uncatchable diversity, and by participating with the uncatchable diversity of experience, we experience the lightness of our being as we respond into these different modes. The fixity of self dissolves with the fixity of the object. When you appreciate that something like water, because my throat's a little strange today, so I'm very grateful to the water. I'm not always very grateful to the water. A lot of the time I just take it for granted. Just drink some water. I might drink because the doctor said you need to drink more water. There could be many pathways to drinking water. But because I have this feeling in my throat, and the coolness of the water comes and I can feel it flowing down, I appreciate it. I open to it. I'm very grateful to it, which makes the water shining for me. There's this, which is gorgeous, and it's gone, and it's gone. And each moment is like that, just this. If I'm open and available, we find my world is open and available. But if I'm closed and trying to get what I think I need to repair this shaky structure of myself, then it's a very different thing, because I'm looking and not seeing. So seeing, being available, and working with circumstances, working with how it is, how it occurs for us, however that is. If we're there in the moment, there's a lot to appreciate, to be alive with. Experience is enlivening if you don't try to manage it. Your life is the life you get. So if I say experience is enlivening, some of the experiences which occur are not ones you would have chosen, but if you are with it, think, this is my life. I can't go to the supermarket and buy another life. This is the only one I get. And it's like this. And nowadays it's pretty difficult. What is difficulty? It's what's on my plate. How do I eat difficulty? With a big spoon. With no reservation, not sort of moving it around on the plate. Do I have to? Can't I eat something else? Mum, couldn't you make me an omelette? Big spoon. It's like this. It's like this. Then it's gone. It's gone. The next moment, the next moment, the next moment. So in that sense, it's meaningless in the sense that it's not accumulating meanings and building up patterns, but it is instantly, infinitely meaningful, because the meaningfulness is the non-duality or the non-separation of the open, empty ground and the flow of experience. So we're always here. We're in the here and now. When something becomes meaningful in an egoic or dualistic sense, you're looking over your shoulder. You think, oh, that was really good yesterday. That conversation we had, I really liked that. Maybe we could do it again. But of course you can't do it again. It wasn't a thing. But if you conceptualize it as a thing, then you try the conversation again, get a bit disappointed because it's not the same. But I'm me and you're you, and why can't we have this conversation? I didn't make it happen. You didn't make it happen. It was a conjunction, a co-emergence. And if you were fully there, it filled you, and then it's gone. Something else will fill you and fill you and fill you and fill you. So this diversity is ceaseless. Okay, let's do the practice again. Okay. It can be very useful to do this practice many times a day, especially to interrupt the seeming continuity of a situation, maybe a work situation, where you're entrained into a particular set of beliefs and the importance of projects and so on. And within that frame of reference, these are important. But we also, if we can get a bit of panoramic vision, which includes the importance of these tasks and making sure they happen on time, but without us being sucked into them, so that there's a kind of over-investment in them, an anxiety that we got to get it right, and we get this paper published or not, and in what kind of journal could it be published, and so on. Many people have these anxieties because their job seems to be hanging on a thread. Many workplaces are increasingly vulnerable, like universities, hospitals, and so on. So great destabilization of predictive power, which means there's a low level of anxiety which suffuses many lives. As rents become higher, buying a house becomes almost impossible for so many people. You're at the mercy of the market, you're at the mercy of exchange rates and employment law and so on. So all of this destabilizing anxiety can easily be absorbed in us just by performing our daily function. So if you can take just 1 minute sitting at your desk, nobody needs to know what you're doing, relax in the out-breath, white eye in the heart, open. Then your workplace and all your tasks are included within the spaciousness of the mind. They are the movement of the energy of the ground. But if you lose that entirely, then you're battered this way and that by events. You're burdened, you get exhausted, and then doing practice is very difficult, because you go from a place of being depleted. It's a strange double move. You're both depleted and overburdened and preoccupied. So it's helpful if you can just put little interrupters into it, even if you just get up. Say you've got to go to the loo and you've got a window, you look out the window, you see the sky, just breathe out into the sky. This building, all the people in it, all their agendas, the office politics, all of this is just movement in the open sky, like wind and clouds. And it's just, whew. Then you just tease yourself out of merger into the importance of the reified. Okay, so we've covered quite a lot of ground. I suggest you take a few minutes talking with the person near you and see if there's any things which are unclear for you, see if you can formulate any questions, and then I'll do my best to respond to that. How expressive people are in their communication. How much passion there is about these topics and trying to understand yourself. This is hard work. This is really enlivening. And you can have these conversations outside in the break. It's no reason why you just have to chatter about this and that. Because in the big world, we don't have so many allies. There are not so many people who will engage in this way. So if you make some connections, you could even form small discussion groups, meeting on Zoom from time to time, or maybe in person if you live nearby. It's up to you. There ain't no papa who's going to sort it all out and organize it. For a very good reason, that if it doesn't have your life energy, it's not going to survive. It's something about, I can't do this on my own. I need Sangha of some kind, but not something formalized, not something ritualized, but actual contact. So as you experience different people here, who might you be able to relate to? And you try it for a while. And even if it runs for 2 meetings, it's at least something. It's a beginning. It's the sense that I can proceed. And hopefully also from that, you start to feel a confidence in your being part of Dharma, that you're on the inside of Dharma and you're experiencing more and more of it. It's becoming richer and deeper for you. And you could start to express it through painting, through dance, through song, through poems. Because I do think expression is very, very important. If you keep too much inside and it's private, you don't see what you know. But if you write a poem or you write a page on impermanence and you bring your experience together, what you've learned from the books and, impermanence in my life, it's very rich. You can set yourself all sorts of little tasks like that and then share it with other people and form a study group that's based on text and personal experience. I personally believe in the self-forming of these groups. If you go with the energy and you open yourself to connection, it's likely to be lively and vital, rather than saying on a Tuesday evening there is a group at this time and you can join in. Because then it's as if there's already something there to join in. There is nothing already there. It's up to you. If you've got the energy and you let it flow into it, something comes alive for a while, and then it dissolves and comes alive for a while. And in that way, you experience, I receive, I respond. I receive, I respond. And this is so important. This is a big world, and it's a bleak world, and many more bad things are happening. The temperatures are rising. The Sahel is burning up. There are going to be so many refugees coming to Europe. The arms industry is getting stronger. We're going to be shooting people in the sea soon because we don't want them here. It is dangerous. You see what's happening with Spain and Morocco. And the camps and people breaking out of the camps and the soldiers being brought in. This is a time of fragmentation into groups based on identity. We gather together and we sit and we dissolve these fixed parameters of identity and find a way of opening to each other. That's extremely unusual. So if we can deepen this in ourselves and then find gentle ways out to bring this more into the world, that will be a real gift. And we don't need to have done 20 years of practice or have memorized Tibetan texts to do it. You stay with your own lived sense of this is how I open and this is how I close. You observe getting lost. You observe shutting down. You observe having had enough. Say, oh, I limit myself. This is something dynamic. Other people limit themselves. So if I practice how to release myself from falling into the limitation, I can share that with other people. It's not so complicated. So I would really like us to think about how we can facilitate people's increasing connectivity with themselves, with how they actually are, not how they've been told they are, and through that facilitate their contactful connection with other people. And that would weave a much safer world for everyone. And it would be fulfilling the Bodhisattva vow, it would be fulfilling all the intention of the Dharma, but low key. So you could think about that, and if you're interested, you can come and chat with me about how that might proceed. So are there any, we've got lunch soon, but have you got any questions or things you want to raise from the practice? That lady there? Okay, so there's the intrinsic openness of the mind, and you can see that because you look, the 5 questions, and in the practice you're looking and you don't find anything, and you really have the direct sense, I am open. I am just this openness, and within this many possibilities arise. That's the path of awareness, which is awareness of your own ground or source. And the other path is unawareness of that ground or source. So here I am. I am me, I exist, I'm not you. And you start with separation, differentiation, reification, making it more real, more solid, and then everything builds on that. So openness is inclusive. Unique, specific identity as me is exclusive. And whenever something is exclusive, it's always leading to conflict. So we see that in politics and economics. So how to maintain inclusivity? I only want to include you as my experience if you are an illusion. Welcome, multifaceted illusions. But if you're real people, I'm not so sure. Yeah? So if I solidify you and I think I like you or I don't like you, then getting close to you either fills me with hope, maybe you'll like me too, or fear, oh my God, don't sit next to me because I don't like you very much. So I'm being positioned by my own mental constructs. And imagine we do that with more and more people. We're endlessly self-managing how to position ourselves. But the inclusivity of emptiness, everything arises as experience. So whoever you meet is an experience in your mind. It doesn't mean they all belong to you, that you are the master of the world. It means however you are for you, I can't access. I only access you for me. You for me can be with awareness or without awareness. You for me is, with awareness, is you are a radiant moment of experience and I'm relating to you in this moment. Without awareness, you are somebody who's asking me a question. You're over there and we're not in it together. So we had the notion of born together, co-emergence. And they have the texts talk about co-emergent wisdom, which is when subject and object arise together and the ground and all appearances arise together. So that's inclusive, not split off. And then you have co-emergent ignorance, when you have the openness of the ground simultaneous with self-absorption, with a turning into oneself as something apart. You are part of what you're claiming to be apart from. Yeah? That's why it's stupidity, dullness, ignorance, because you're part of it. When I was a kid, we still used to have extended family gatherings, and every now and then we go meet cousins and so on. And I would say to my mum, I don't want to be here, I don't like these people. She would say, they're family. They're family. That word family has thinned out over the years. I don't think it's around so much. Now we have much more nuclear families. Many people don't know who their cousins are because it's just dispersed out. So as a skin to contain us, family's not very strong. Or generally in Dharma we say, may all sentient beings be happy. And that goodwill or that aspiration is kind of inclusive. But if I'm still within dualizing thought, it cracks it open and it fragments into who I like, who I don't like. So when you try to construct a whole, like with these walls built up brick by brick, there's a vulnerability in the aging cement between the bricks, and you could push on that point and the wall would start to crumble. So everything which is compounded, every edifice has its vulnerabilities. Whereas if you start with the ground and the inclusion, and it's an intrinsic inclusion, then you realize that the thoughts that separate are actually thoughts arising from the ground. There's nothing other than the one ground. And when you get that, there is no fragmentation. And that's the basis for real connective compassion. We should have compassion for the kitchen and go for lunch as they require. Well, the first thing to say is awareness is no big deal. Awareness is always present. Just as the clouds, well, this is Western science, put it always on one side because Tibetan examples don't agree. But from the Tibetan point of view, clouds emerge from the sky in the way that rust comes out of iron and verdigris comes out of copper. So these are three traditional examples of how obscuration arises in the mind. If you didn't have the sky, you wouldn't have clouds. If you didn't have iron, you wouldn't have rust. If you didn't have copper, you wouldn't have verdigris. So the ground or the basis is there, and it gives rise to this appearance, which becomes an obscuration if it's taken up in one way, according to the two paths, and it's not an obscuration if it's taken in another way. So I'm now talking with everyone, but specifically with you. I, James, don't know what to say, but I look at you and I say something. So the words arise, as I've pointed out before, from our connectivity. I could interrupt that by going to my side and being a bit embarrassed or whatever. Or I could go to your side and try and sort you out to give you the whole truth. But it's neither of these. So in this moment, at this time, as you're looking at me, with the mood in the room, a particular response arises. And this is the key thing. It's always a situational response. There is no always valid objective truth. It's always what emerges is an aspect of the emergent situation. So, in truth, I, as you, are always in awareness. But although we are always in awareness, we are often unaware of being in awareness because we don't stray from awareness. Awareness is the illumination of the ground. Nothing would happen if there wasn't illumination. It's when the light comes on and there is a misidentification of what is occurring. So, one way of looking at it would be to say, in this room there are many finite objects. You are finite from one point of view. I am finite. All finites are within the infinite. So the unlimited, the unrestricted, the non-finite has no limit. Where else would anything occur? So this is the traditional notion of the mind. It's like the sky. So every finite, every moment, every experience, every shape occurs within the infinite. It is the glowing or the breath of the infinite, but it's not seen as such. When the child doesn't recognize the mother, the child is lost. So that's an example you find in many practices. The child is the emergence of a form. Where does this form come from? Comes from the mother. So then we have these two versions. The child remains within the mother's womb, which would be the Dzogchen idea, that we are growing within the space of awareness. We never step out of it, just as the reflection never leaves the mirror. Or we have the notion that our ground is the mother, but the umbilical cord is cut and we are set adrift from our true source, and so we scrabble to find other sources. We get milk from the mother, then we go on to harder stuff, our teeth grow, we start to be able to devour more aspects of the world. And this is the ego. The ego is still within the womb of the mother. It is a dream or a fantasy or a delusion that it's left, that we are singular. So each of us, we've got our own bodies. We've arrived here. We're sitting on our own bum. I don't see anyone sitting on someone else's bum. So we're sitting on our own bum. We are our own person, breathing in and out, sitting on a chair. You are dependent on the chair. You're either standing up, sitting on the floor, sitting on the chair. We are always in relationship. We are not solitary individuals. So, just as I, me, myself, forget about you, I'm just me, self-absorbed in my monologue, doesn't matter how you are. That's an outer form of relax into the practice, but stay turning around the stick of yourself. Just as in some countries they put the cow in the field and tether it to a peg, and the cow walks around this peg eating the grass available inside that area. We have a restricted area of nourishment and identification. So, in my own experience, I fluctuate, not on my terms, I fluctuate between being more relaxed and open and being caught up in something. The slipping into the caught-upness and the slipping out of the caught-upness comes easier because I don't judge it now, because I'm lost in familiar places, and so I'm not really lost. But it's as if I'm lost. So if you go off on a riff and you think, shit, what did I do? I'm supposed to be, you've already put a big wedge into the experience, but oh, here I am. Oh, here I am. So go off, here I am, here I am. And then you start to see that when you're lost, you're still here. You're lost where you are, and that the veil to being here you are is not so thick and not so deep. And therefore, lostness and foundness are aspects of the ground, one ground, two paths, and the two paths then become more parallel. So I'm certainly not always in a state of openness within which everything is arising and dissolving. I get caught up in various things. People tell me different stories. Someone tells me a sad story, I feel sad. Someone tells me a happy story, I feel happy. So I have a fluctuation of mood, and the mood is within the openness, but sometimes it kind of puts me in a bit of a spin, and it's a kind of like when you're a kid and you turn really fast, run around and get dizzy and you fall down. It's the cheapest drug available. So it's like you get a bit intoxicated and then you're back again. Where did you go? Nowhere. You were here. But it is as if. So samsara is the domain of as if, the imaginal. And nirvana or awakening or openness is the realm of as is. As it is, it's just this. Now, as if doesn't have a different source from as is. So even when you get a bit hazy or lost, if you don't react to it, if you don't reify or make a big thing about it, it just slips. The problem self-dissolves and here you are. So that's our practice again and again. It's not that kind of, whatever we call them, wormholes don't arise for me, but I think I come out of them much more easily than I did many years ago. It's also not to struggle to not go into the wormhole, because that would be artificial. It's to try to be relaxed whatever happens, and not to take good times and make them too important, not to make sad times too tragic, but to allow these pulsations and fluctuations of experience. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay. So in the Tibetan tradition, there's lots of ways of thinking about the body and the mind, whether it's in terms of the 5 elements or in terms of the kind of yogic body with channels and winds and little tigle bindus of light, which becomes very technical. It's a control approach. But in Dzogchen, one ground, one source. So we open to that again and again, and there's nothing apprehensible. And then there is arising. And how does my body arise for me? So there's some sensation, there's some tension, there's, for me at the moment, talking, I'm aware of the muscles shifting in my face, I'm aware of a slight tension in my throat because it's got a bit of a cold. These are multitudes of factors which are arising and passing. I could bring that to a conclusion and say, I am a bit sick, which would be to solidify the body. But the body as dynamism, as movement, as show, these factors are emergent, they're patterning, they shift how I am, they can limit my availability, they can increase my availability. So the body is a site of connectivity with you. I'm looking at your body, you're looking at my body. The thing is, I see your body very clearly. You have this shape. This body doesn't have that shape. I can't see my back, I can't see my sides. So for me, my body is kind of nebulous. Everybody here exists, but I'm a bit flaky, falling apart at the edges. Yeah? This is our body, isn't it? It's not a thing. And this is the danger. If I start to think of me as a thing, you then become a thing. You're anyway already a thing because I can define your shape, but I can't define my own shape. I don't feel the internal sensation of your body. I don't feel your breath coming in and out. I might think about it. I might observe your throat to see how your breath is doing and so on. These would be cognitive-based interpretations. If I stay with my own body, it is not a thing. It's manifestly not a thing. It's a process moving in a field of processes. So in that sense, in ordinary language, I have a body and I need to control my body. So if I'm going down the stairs, I don't push other people over. We have to manage gravity, verticality, balance, and so on. But actually, it's not a possession. I'm working with the emergent factors of the body. Okay, so that's could be a meaningful sentence, but it's a bit stupid. I am working with these factors. Who the hell am I? So I is the mental field of emergent factors. So we have, according to the tradition, we have body, voice, and mind. So emergent factors as body, emergent factors as voice, which includes breath, and emergent factors as mind. All are dynamic. All are patterns which have impact, which stand in relation to other factors, but don't arrive at any final conclusion. So in that sense, my body is a mode of participation, my speech is a mode of participation, and my mind also is a mode of participation. The mind participates by being like the mirror and revealing what's arising. So there's the two aspects of the mind. There's the subtle content of the mind, the thoughts, the feelings, and so on. And there's the awareness of the mind. And then there's the subtle energy that's occurring in the body, which is linked also to the emotions and the thoughts. And that's the more Sambhogakaya level, which we link with the breath. And then there's the body, the Nirmanakaya, the more manifest form of how we come into the world. All three are not things. There's no thingness anywhere. In a moving world, we move, but our interpretive mechanism of the seemingly clarifying power of words to separate and define and then link creates a great deal of confusion for us.
Liberation can come on all these three participatory levels.
Yeah.
So it can be body, it can be speech.
Exactly. So when you're, this is a very interesting question in terms of meditation. You're sitting in a meditation, if you're doing it more formally with crossed legs and your knee gets very sore. Should you move or not? Some people say, no, do not move, you have to resist, otherwise you become the puppet and the sensation's pulling the strings. From the Dzogchen position, that's daft. That's really stupid. If your knee is sore, you move your knee. Sensation, movement, no pain. Great, gone, finished. Not thinking about it. So it's gone. It's people building it up. You shouldn't move. If you start with a prohibition, if you start with a rule-based structure, then you've always got some oppositional occurrence arising. So we work with the body as a site of being in the world. I have a friend who has done Zen sitting for a long, long time. And when he was young, he was sitting in a zendo. They had the usual teacher, but he had gone away and a new teacher came. They're sitting all very properly, not moving. And this new teacher had the sitting sessions much longer than the usual teacher. And my friend is sitting and sitting. He has this pain in his knee. He's not moving. And suddenly it goes. And he's a doctor. And he realizes, what the fuck? This is bad news. And then he has to hobble and they go to the hospital and he's torn something because the knee was giving him a message. Don't do this, but mind over matter. Stay with the method, stay with the technique. This is kind of crazy, but it's very popular. This heroic Dharma attracts a lot of people. The Dharma group that attracts most young people in the world is led by a guy who used to dress in military fatigues and was always about pushing through and pushing through. It attracts people because you have to do something. You have to overcome difficulties. This is take it easy. But how will I know if I'm making any progress? What is progress? Very different point of view. The initial view makes all the difference. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Restlessness and agitation of the mind. You know, that the mind doesn't want to settle, so it's constant fidgeting, scratching your nose. Is that not a different type of movement?
That is a movement, yeah. You could be sitting and a fly lands on your face. You don't like this sensation. You can't get rid of the sensation because the fly is still on your face. If you do that, the fly will go away. But you have to stay with it. So I think if there's any irritation, if you can scratch, you can move. Who is moving? That's a thought. If the body moves and the body's now at ease, the thought, I shouldn't have done it, is a thought. It has no relevance except inside a schema that already says you shouldn't move. Now, if you're jumping and moving around all over the place, that depends. When I was in India, I often got sick. And my body would be jumping. I remember in Nepal, in Parping, I got very, very sick with a high fever, and I'm sitting and I'm rolling and rocking. And now, am I not doing the practice? Am I doing the practice? Remember, every finite is within the infinite. This is the view of Dzogchen. If you have this view, then the finite of reacting and contracting, because I had terrible, terrible pains in my body, that movement was just finite pulsations, and the mind stays relaxed and open. But if you don't have that view, if you think, I keep moving and I shouldn't move, then you're stuck in an ego-centered, dualistic interpretation. So whether you move or not, react or not, it depends who is the one reacting. Yeah? Does that make sense?
I just feel that there's that pain in the knee where it's like if you don't move, you get a damage in the knee.
Yeah.
But there's another aspect of myself when I'm sitting that at certain moments, I don't want to be still. I restless, I'm agitated.
Yeah.
So do I just go with that and just be agitated?
Well, you could get up and dance, you could move around. If the body wants to move, let the body move, then you sit down. The key thing from the Dzogchen point of view is don't struggle with how it is. If you can allow it to be integrated into the space of awareness, that's fine. And if not, sitting and struggling is not good. That's why we do the practice for short periods of time, because we don't want to get into a place where we're using willpower and we have an intention, I'm going to make this happen. I mean, that's fine depending on the different levels, the different yanas of Dharma. Fine to use it if you're there. But if you want to maintain this view, if the body's restless, get up, do some exercises, have a cold shower, do something. I mean, you can read, you don't need to believe me. Pato Rinpoche writes this very clearly. It's in one of the chapters in the book, Simply Being. You know, if the body doesn't settle, then do something with the body. Let it move. The idea that I should be in control of my body, we just have to write. I always suggest write things on paper. I should be in control of my body. So I said, is it my body? I don't cause the sensations. In what sense am I the owner of the body? So if we soften that, I can try to work with my body as it presents itself. That's a very different thing. So then you've got something more subtle, more attuned, more respectful to the body. And that way you become pliable and soft. And if you can collaborate with your own body, voice, and mind, you can start to collaborate with other people. A bit earlier, we looked at the difference between dualistic consciousness and awareness. Dualistic consciousness is the vehicle through which most human beings live their life. I am me, this is who I am, this is what I like to do, this is what I'm able to do. This is your bus. You're sitting in your bus, toot, off you go on the journey of your life. This bus will crash. This bus will not survive death because it's arising from duality. It's composed of reaction to the elements that present. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. In your next life, a new pattern of consciousness will arise, but this consciousness, the sequencing of it, will fall apart. And so as the elements dissolve into each other, so the consciousness is the eight consciousnesses dissolve into each other until the elements have gone into space and the ground consciousness dissolves into the space, and then there is oblivion. And this oblivion is the same as the Dharmata Bardo, where there's nothing at all. And if you're present in that, and you're used to sitting open with nothing happening, then, this is just a continuation. But because consciousness is always seeking an object, seeking something to happen, it can't cope with oblivion. And so you go unconscious, and then the peaceful gods come, then the wrathful gods come. So always best to be in awareness. Awareness is the best preparation for death because it doesn't die. Compassion. Compassion is a tricky word. It's spread everywhere like a virus. Because it means compassion, suffering with. This is not the Tibetan idea at all. What we're concerned with is kindness, and kindness is very different because you don't have to do a deep empathic attunement where you're so absorbing the other person's pain, you're in pain yourself. That's used to neither man nor dog. So you have the kindness of relating to whatever is emerging. So you could say kindness is free communication, unobstructed communication. So what are the limits to communication? Preoccupation, monologuing, judgment, all these things that we've touched on in various ways as limitations of the practice. If we stay in connection through this vehicle of eye-to-eye, heart-to-heart connection, some sense of you arises for me, which I can respond to. So I receive and I respond. You then give me more feedback. So I'm constantly modifying my way of being with you in order to get a clearer pattern of connectivity. That would be kindness. I don't have an agenda. I'm not trying to rescue you. I don't know what's good for you, because you are a complex being with many tendencies and histories. These arise in you and I don't directly access them. So what would be good for you is something which you have to show me and you may not know. So that's a very big gap in the middle. So I am dependent on how you reveal yourself to me. So then we think, okay, what are the factors which are likely to allow you to authentically reveal more of yourself to me? Should I scare you? Should I blame you? Should I shout at you? Should I insult you? Probably not. So if we offer tenderness and availability and attention, that probably creates a pathway of receptivity, genuine interest. There is a space in me which I'm offering for you to fill with how you are for a while. So that would be kindness. And when I was in India, and I used to sometimes sit with famous lamas, and people would be coming up and asking them kind of questions. Usually they don't get very much time in front of the lama, because a lot of people, they might get a minute, 30 seconds, and the lama's there with them. And they respond in different ways to different people. The tone of voice changes, the shape of their eyes changes, the intensity of the gaze changes. It's not only lamas that do this. When I used to be involved in Gestalt psychotherapy, I was in a big group in London, and this couple came from America, Irving and Miriam Polster. And we group split into two, I think 50 in one room, 50 in another. And they were quite elderly at that time, and they went around the room, sitting in front of each person for, again, about 2 minutes. And each interaction was completely different. You could see their body changing, their posture. They met the other. They could feel how the other was, because they started with open receptivity, no agenda. They didn't know what to do. They weren't professional, very trained, experienced people. They're just here and respond. Space and response. It's very, very impressive. So I think this is the basis of compassion, that you don't project onto the other person's life your notion of how it should be. You don't abandon them by just listening and not responding, but you feel the integrity of the non-dual contact so that you move as they speak. There's a kind of wave moving between you. So that for me would be the kindness that we're looking for. Remember, the transmission line is in silence from Samantabhadra. It's called the Jawa Gombigut, the Buddha's transmission of immediate awareness. He doesn't speak anything, but Vajrasattva picks it up, because Vajrasattva's got the same kind of openness. And Vajrasattva then communicates to Gareth Dorji symbolically. So he makes a mudra. That then is communicated through Gareth Dorji to us, but through the ear. It's called Gangsak Nyingkungi Gyutpa, the lineage of the listening whole of ordinary beings. That's our ears. So we We make connection through the ear. You speak, I listen, I respond. So if you don't have access to fine-tuning concepts, it's quite difficult to respond in an ordinary level. We know what that's like. If you have a small child and they have a shitty day at school and they come home and they're quiet and then they start to cry and you say, "Are you okay, sweetie? What's happened, sweetie?" Da, da, da. And they don't want to say and they can't say, and you're trying to find the ambience that will allow words to articulate what happened. And then the terrible feeling is, oh my God, they feel shame telling me about what's happened to them, and I'm the last person in the world that wants to shame them. So these are very tricky moments. So we have to find a way into doing that, like building little bridges of possible communication. So for that, you need some degree of concepts and support. Yeah. Okay. So the intention, in a sense, is an organizing principle. It gives a trajectory that takes you towards something, the side effect of which is it pushes other things away. A bit like if you were in a speedboat, you're zooming towards something and the wake of your boat is making everyone's little yacht bobble up and down. So you're discarding what is irrelevant for your goal. So from the Dzogchen point of view, we want to stay with the inclusive awareness, still moving towards projects, but with attention to the field, because the field is what arises. We are participants in the field, and if you act on the field, against the field, that is a violence. So, as Namkhai Norbu said so many times, working with circumstances. Circumstances is not just how I feel, it's how the field is, how the other people are. So how shall we make this happen? And the key thing is, if you start with yourself, you will formulate an intention and then you try and sell it to other people. That's a violence. If you start with we, here we are, how shall we proceed? I have potential, I have availability, but it's in the service of us, then it's very different. I worked for many, many years seeing couples, and the saddest thing is that people have been married for 10 years, 15 years, were not a couple. They were a couple in name only. They didn't think we. They didn't make we decisions. There were either division of tasks, so they ran kind of parallel systems, or they contradicted each other's decisions and blocked them as far as they could, or one was subjugated to the other. But it's very rare to find a truly gentle potential arousal as we. Well, you can have enjoyment in the field. I think it's there's a quality of hunger, of taking. So here's my hand going out to take something. Looks like I've got arthritis. Who would want to have a hand that was like that? That's what taking does. You become a claw. Whereas if you're offering into the situation, much softer, more open, now my little fingers can move about. So these are, going back to this first issue, these are embodied qualities. If you stay with your potential as it flows through you, it will come in ways which are non-dominant, non-insistent. In the end, nothing much matters in life. People matter most. All the people who have been sacrificed to shift the borders of a country, to make someone the great dictator, to install communism as the governing principle of a country. Thousands, millions of people killed in the gulags, killed in the Lubyanka prison. For what? For an idea. So Dzogchen is very wary about inflated ideas. So that's the great thing about body, voice, and mind, and pulsating up and down, and seeing these all as aspects of the source, that their fine-tuning and modulation and meeting is much more important than winning. You know, we have this list of the 8 worldly concerns: winning and losing, fame and notoriety, success and failure. And there's another pair I can't remember. But they're binary opposites like that. And a lot of ordinary life is constellated around winning and losing. Whereas if you think of we and inclusivity and co-emergence, we're all in it together. So what is a benefit for all? And that requires moving forward as required, moving back as required by the whole, not my own trajectory. So the more you wed yourself to a project or an image of how things should be, you come into conflict with other people. We live in a liberal society. I hope it will stay liberal. Tibetan society was very patriarchal, very top-down. So lamas didn't have to bother about this too much because they just said, do it, and it was done. I personally don't want to live in a world like that. I had experienced quite a bit of that in my childhood and when I was in India. I don't like that. Bossy people. I had bosses in the NHS that were thick as 2 fucking planks. You know? And we see the evidence of that in all the complaints that are made. The fact that people have power doesn't speak anything of their wisdom and compassion. Therefore, we do go down. We go low-key. We go into the emergence, stay with the emergent possibilities and move with them. Power is a great delusion. I can make it happen. What do you make happen? Your fantasy. It means I can impose my fantasy on others. Why would you do that? Other people have minds. I just tell you one little anecdote. When I came back from India, I went to an early meeting of the Association of Humanistic Psychotherapists. It was sitting in a group with, I think, 6 or 7 people, some of whom were very experienced therapists. I was very, very new to it, some big eyes listening to everything. And somebody made a proposal of what they thought should be done. And then somebody, a very experienced guy, John Rowan, said to him, are you going to do it? And she said, no, I'm just proposing. And he said, everybody here has a mind. Everyone here can propose things. I'm interested in people who propose and do. If you're not going to do what you propose, shut up. That was brilliant. Brilliant. Do you think everyone else is daft? Do you think they've all got to follow your wonderful idea? It's so interesting to see that. Everybody has a mind. So if we're attentive to people, we hear what they say. It's very interesting being here, the different kind of conversations you have with people. And you see, suddenly they're revealing things about their past, and they did this and they'd done that. Wow, I wouldn't have thought that. All these hidden riches. So that's a very different way of approaching it, not coming up with ideas for other people to do. You know, there's like the old idea of tough love. So you have to challenge people, and that's a very beautiful and courageous thing to do, to really challenge them. Or it could be bullying. So whenever something is set up as a technique or a method to be employed and to be installed, if the technique arrives before the human connectivity, it's likely to be dull and stupid because it's going to be crude, because you can't fine-tune it. But if you start with connectivity and you get the flavor, the topology, the profile of not just how they are, but how I am, what the situation is, the budget available, and so on, then you can start to allow different ideas of what is possible. But again, it comes from the bottom up. The connection comes first. And in that way, we're actively antidoting the fragmentation of the world. You say, until I find my connection with you, how could I ask you to do anything? I have a very good dentist when I go to see him, he's chatting away. I used to get a bit annoyed. I'm thinking, hey, the clock's running, being Scottish. And then I used to think, actually, what he's doing, he's creating the ambience in which he's going to take a very long needle and stick it right into my gum. And it's that. He makes the connection, and then he asks very politely, is it okay for me to look into your mouth? Can you open it up? And it's very gracious, very finely attuned. It's a very beautiful thing to see, because he is not dealing with my teeth. He's dealing with me with a mouth that has teeth. So I think it's finding that connection which makes all the difference. Okay, shall we do the Guru Yoga of the White Owl? And now you have a choice. You can do it imagining the white eye in front of you with the rays of light, or you can imagine it in your heart. Well, it's very useful, perhaps, when you have time, look at a mirror, if you can, a fairly big mirror, and see how the reflections are in the mirror. Move your hands around, move your body, see the shifting nature of the reflection, and watch the clouds in the sky. Little faint clouds accumulate together with others and make bigger clouds. Do we see the cloud as an obstacle to the blue sky? We are here. We don't get so much sunshine. We have a chance of sunshine. Along comes the cloud. We don't like the cloud. It's getting in the way of the beloved sun. So we have a triangulated relationship. We have the love object, the sun. We have ourselves as the yearning lover. And we have this third party determined to hide our beloved. It's an obscuration. Or we open to the whole thing. The sky and the clouds and myself arise together. This whole field is arising at once. And whether there are clouds or no clouds, the sky is open. Now, the sky, I should perhaps have said this earlier, when we're talking about the sky or space, we're not thinking that somehow we're on the earth and the sky's kind of way up there. We are in space. The earth is in space. Our bodies are in space. We are aspects of space. Space is not a thing. It's not an entity. So we remember the old thing of Archimedes getting in the bath and the water spills over the sides. And he sees, oh, I displace the volume of my body's worth of water when I get in the bath. That is to say, if I'm to be in the bath, that much water can't be in the bath. It's an either-or situation. So we're often thinking in those terms, but space is not like that. You don't displace space. occupy space, or that is to say, the hospitality of space allows you to be there. You are within the space. Space is not other, so it's a bit like the Heart Sutra, form and emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Space or openness and appearance are not in opposition. So if we're very clear about that, it becomes obvious we're always in space. Now, we don't normally speak in those terms. We normally say we're in Forest Row, we're at Emerson College. Later we will leave here and go on our separate journeys. We will go somewhere. And the dimensions of north and south and so on, and the maps that we have and GPS will help us to identify a location of self. But actually, we're in space. And space is always here, and we're always in space. And that is irreducible. The rest is a kind of confectionery. The rest is an interpretive elaboration to say we're in the south of England, and some people will go to the north of England, some people will go to Scotland, some people will go to America, and so on. They will leave this place, this locale, this location, and go to another location. All of these are within space. So if we really get the sense of space, then we are here because of the hospitality of space. The openness of the physical space allows our movement, just as the openness of our mind allows the movement of the thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on, with which we express ourselves and experience what's going on. So space is irreducible. It's not a thing among things. It's like emptiness. It's like the ungraspability of awareness. So that relates back to the question, what is the body? The body is an expression of space. The cloud is an expression of the sky. The wave is an expression of the sea. I am not in opposition to space. Without space, I die. We have the space to move, but we also have the spaces inside us. We have the space of our lungs. We breathe in through the spaces of our nostrils or our mouth and our throat. The outer space comes into the inner space, and then we breathe out again. If we didn't have a digestive tube, then into this space we wouldn't be able to bring water and tea and so on. And then it goes down through the peristalsis and gets processed, and then you go to the toilet and you evacuate. You put into the outside what was inside. And we do it through pulsation, which is such an interesting idea, which is the same as the basis of birth, isn't it? That the arousal in the vagina causes these pulsations, and if the semen come up, they get kind of flipped up, almost as if when the salmon is swimming up a river in Scotland, the rocks go, "We'll help you, come on, come on." It's amazing, isn't it? It's collaboration. Our life is collaboration, moving in space. You see, okay, so we look a little bit at a short text here, which is a foundational text of Dzogchen. It's 6 lines long, and it's very famous in Tibet, in the West, a little bit through Namkhai Norbu. It's called the Cuckoo's Cry Heralding the Good Fortune of Glorious Presence. Barocana was a great translator and brought many Dzogchen teachings into the Tibetan language. So he begins by saying, the infinite diversity of experiences and their actual nature are non-dual. Means the actual nature of everything you experience is empty. We've looked at this in many ways. So the infinite diversity of the appearance of these experiences, what we take to be good, bad, hot, cold, mine, yours, whatever categorization we apply to this, it's like writing with your finger on water. A letter appears and then it just dissolves, and it just dissolves. So the demarcation of the uniqueness of this moment is already dissolving and already dissolving, because the experience and its actual nature of emptiness are non-dual. They're not two things. It's not that from nothing comes something which then stands in opposition to nothing. The formation of the patterns of experience, whether they're largely experienced as mental or whether they're experienced as in the world, they are not different from the empty nature of what's there. So I'm sitting on a chair. The chair is got wooden supports and a slightly padded seat and a back. The juxtaposition of these elements constitutes what we call a chair. I rest on the chair. What is the chairness of the chair? It is the pattern of the pieces. The pieces come together and we call it a chair. Nothing is added to the pieces to make it a chair except the concept of the chair. The chair is held in place as a chair by the concept chair. Yeah? The chair is itself empty of chairness. Chairness is what I say it is in the human dimension. Birds wouldn't see it as a chair. A cow wouldn't see it as a chair. It's a chair for us because that's how we approach it. So chairness is extrinsic, external to the chair, but projected into the chair, and then we perceive it as being a chair. We've gone around this circle before. The true nature of the chair is emptiness. There is no chairness to the chair. The chairness of the chair is an add-on. You know, there is a function for a while. If it was very cold, we could burn it. We could do all sorts of things with this. So that's what he's saying, that no matter what you see, no matter how it is, no matter what qualities it seems to reveal to you, these qualities are themselves empty, and their seeming reality and importance and facticity, the fact that they impinge, that's your mental operation. So, to take an extreme example, there's lots of killing of children that's going on in various places, in Sudan and so on. Children are helpless. They're just at the mercy of the nasty winds that blow through people's minds. Someone comes into the village and starts shooting the children. They want the children to die. We read about this or see it on the television. We say, that's awful. We don't want the children to die. But they want the children to die, and they kill the children. When we feel the awfulness of it, it gives it a kind of density. From the beginning of time, all children have died. Some grow up and live a long life, and then they die, but there is nobody born who doesn't die. So they're going to die. So the guy on the motorbike with the Kalashnikov, he is an agent of death. He's bringing it a wee bit early. It would come anyway. But we don't think that way. We think, don't kill children. Please don't kill children. Something is happening. This is bad. We have a negative feeling, and we take it, this is truly inherently, intrinsically wrong and bad. But not for the guy with a gun. He feels good that he's got rid of some of the enemy. If we kill them now, they won't grow up to attack us in the future. So according to that pattern of mental operations, this is a virtuous action. According to something more sympathetic or empathic, it's a bad action. It has no substance. So when we feel something is awful or terrible or shouldn't happen, how come the water companies can't give us good water? You know, it's like fucking outrageous. Or the potholes in the road. What is this? What kind of a country is this? And you get these irritations that come up, and with the irritation comes the thought, it shouldn't happen. We should be able to do it better. Da, 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 da. It's just an empty formation. For your purposes, with your car springs that are going to get bust and cost a lot of money to replace, this is not a good thing. For the council, who don't have much money and have to decide, is it better to have car drivers protesting or mothers protesting because there's no money for the kindergarten? They're trying to work out who's the most unpleasantly hostile, who's got the most political clout. That's how it's done, isn't it? So people are weighing what are these factors of criticism and antagonism. Where's the truth in it? It's up for grabs. It seems obvious. You don't have big potholes in the middle of a road. People swerve to avoid them. And they've got a cyclist. What the hell's going to happen? But that's how it is. So what's very interesting here is you can see this is problematic, but we don't need to have the affect of reaction. If you recall, the day before, we looked at relative truth and absolute truth. And in relative truth, there was defiled or limited relative truth, and then pure relative truth. So the impure relative truth is when we see phenomena as real and we experience them as being imbued with a valency. Potholes, outrageous. It's not just a hole in the road, which would be something is there, that's real, I'm real. That would be pure relative truth. How the fuck have they got roads like this? I can't bear it anymore. People get very riled with this. So that's impure relative truth, where the fact is clocked, but it evokes this wave of reaction. That's what leads into lots of fights and squabbles and road rage and so on. But if you see that the ground is empty, you're talking about emptiness. The pothole clearly is empty. We could do it's the wrong kind of emptiness. It has no inherent self-nature. Due to causes and conditions, a little crack in the road, frost in the winter, the ice pushes into the crack, big trucks go over the road, and it opens up. And then you have the pothole. The potholeness of the pothole with affect is in my mind. Whatever occurs that we react to is our interpretation. This is very challenging to see because we're so used to seeing real objects out there, things that shouldn't happen. We don't want them to happen. It is outrageous, yet they do happen. And they happen for me because I see them in that way. But because there are other people who do not see the truth about the nature of potholes, they don't fill the bloody things up. Huh? It is not a consensual world. People have different ideas. Now, how do we deal with that? Obviously, I'm right, they're wrong. Unfortunately, they also imitate my idea. They copy me and they say, I'm wrong and they're right. Bastards. It's up for grabs. This is what relative truth means. You will not find real truth, reliable truth in this relative dimension, because it depends who can, if you remember what we did this morning, these levels of ignorance, the second level, the all-naming ignorance, if you can control the naming, then you're the one who puts the label on the event, and you can turn the label to suit your purposes. It's not the truth of it, it's just how it's named. So this is what he's saying. If you can see the diversity of occurrence, whether you see it as good or bad or right or wrong or something that should be changed, it is what it is. If you see the emptiness of it, you calm down. So you move out of impure relative truth into pure relative truth. You start to see the actual shape of the problem, and then if you relax a bit out of that, you see it's a configuration, which is an interpretation, and you release it. So you don't need to be dependent upon that particular pattern. And then you can come back into the patterning. So it's empty, yet it's shaped like this. This shape has some problems, and yet it's empty. And the more you can pulse between these two, it kind of takes the poison out of the sting. It's like this. What do we do? Working with circumstances. But when you inject the additional affect into it, it becomes a mental distortion. So he says then, yet the actuality of each particular occurrence is beyond judgment. So when you look into any event that happens, whether it's happening inside you or happening outside, its unique specificity, its particularity. He says, what is the actuality of these specifics? You look to what you see as the characteristics of the situation, and you take them as a sign of something, and through that you impute certain defining qualities, a certain true existence. He's saying, yeah, but what is the actuality of that? In the Tibetan it says chachai ni, which means like the truth of how it is. The truth of how it is not how it appears to me. How it appears to me is my interpretation, my take on it, because I'm putting my values into the situation. But if I can relax my interpretive frame and become more like the mirror, which simply reflects how it is, then we see that the actuality is beyond judgment. It's just appearance and emptiness. It's not the appearance of anything specific. There's no defining essence inside, no true existent, no entity behind the surface. It's just a pattern arising from causes and conditions, and there's nothing to find. It's beyond judgment. So when we make judgments on political parties, on planning schemes, on whether it's advisable to build another dam over the River Nile, there's endless work that human beings do, interfering with the rivers and so on, channeling water for that purpose. Human beings are so busy on the basis of some evaluation, maybe with hydrologists, engineers going in, making reports put before the committee and so on. So we've done all the research required. But now you've invested all this money and time and energy. You have to come to a decision. But your judgments are just like puffs of wind. They're just like breaths of air that are shaking the leaves in the trees. They don't get to the heart of the matter because there is no heart of the matter. You build a dam, it's going to silt up. You build a dam, the rainfall is changing. There's not going to be enough rain, or there's going to be so much that the dam overflows and floods the villages and all these people die. There are many flooding situations like that now. We are too stupid to take account of all the variables. Stupid people should sit on their hands. But before they do that, take some sellotape and whoop. Better for the world, huh? But no, we leap ahead. We've done the research. We've got all this information. So he's saying, yes, on the basis of these manifest characteristics, which are patterns arising at the moment. They arise due to causes and conditions. They will not endure through time. You make these big decisions. You know, the Aral Sea is drying out. The Caspian Sea is drying out. This is amazing. These huge seas in Central Asia, they're drying out. The weather has changed. The monsoon is going further up the Himalayas year by year as the rains get carried up. The glaciers are melting in the Himalayas and in the Alps. We don't know. We don't know. So that's what he's saying, is don't be too confident in your life. There's nothing there that can bear the weight of judgment. That is to say, stay light on your feet, work with circumstances, which means circumstances change, be flexible. But of course, these huge billion-dollar projects they're like huge ocean liners. They build up such a momentum as they travel along. They're very difficult to pull the plug on them because all the investors don't want to lose their money. So they're carried to the ultimate, and it leads to a lot of chaos. So he's saying here, it's almost like he's saying a praise to tentativeness, not an anxious tentativeness, but feel. A bit like, you know, when you do this yin-style shiatsu, your hand is traveling over someone's body and you're feeling from these points an invitation to apply pressure or not. Like the body speaks to you and you respond to the body. Or you could do yang style, which is much more dominant. You work out where all the meridians are, you've got your thumb, or you even want to apply needles, and with confidence you do the work. So you act on the basis of the map. Whereas the yin style is you don't bother about the map so much, you go with the territory. The territory is living and now it speaks to you and you respond. Does that image make sense? Of course it's difficult with big projects, but in our lives we can apply this. Don't solidify the situation because everything is movement. The only thing still is the mind itself, like the mirror. All the rest is movement. So we're moving in movement. And how do we do that? We can come forward and we go back, we go to the side. Flexibility, not a bad thing to have. So then he says, what is known as it is untouched by thought. So as it is just like a technical term for emptiness, openness, awareness, the mind itself, the unborn. And he says, it is untouched by thought. We use many names for it because none of the names gets it. The names always just slide off it because it's unthinkable, uncatchable. It's present, but not as a thing. It's present as the presence of which we are a part, and you can't catch it. The mind is not an object for thought. Everything else is an object of thought. You can think about anything. Yep, you can think about anything. But you can't think about the mind. That's what we were looking at, the 5 questions. Can we establish a substantial entity called my mind so that now I know where it is, I know what it's like, and I can build up a kind of charge sheet against it or a profile of it. But we don't find anything. As it is untouched by thought. Don't try to get enlightened. The grammar is atrocious, isn't it? I want to get enlightened. I want to do it for the sake of all sentient beings. That doesn't make it any better. You want to get something you can't get. On the basis of that, you're going to help people. I think you're called a snake oil salesman. Yeah? I can't get the mind. It's not a thing. It is my very presence. It is the very basis of my being here just now. It is the light within which I live. This illumination here that we're all partaking in is arising as the immediacy of the display of the potential of our mind. It's not a thing. We're not a thing. So then he says, the as it is untouched by thought, yet the forms of appearance are unobstructed, being complete as they are. Which means, although thought can't catch the ground, from the ground, moving within the ground, as the ground, just as you could say the reflection is the mirror, it's not other than the mirror. You could say, well, it's not the same as the mirror, but it's not other than the mirror. The reflection is non-dual with the mirror. So he's saying here, the forms of appearance are unobstructed because they are not the appearance of something, they are appearance of the as it is, which cannot be touched by thought. If it cannot be touched by thought, you cannot set this against that. So when we make discriminations between, different kinds of apples, pinks are sweeter than Granny Smiths. People like sweet ones, or they like apples that are a bit sharp. Which is best? See, that's where it gets difficult. You can say one is sweet, the other is more sour. We can manage that. It's the next bit, which is best. Then it's difficult, because then it's not out there. It's not objective, it's subjective. Best for me, that's what I like. And then, as we looked before, best for me, I like it, it's the best. Comes roaring out of me. I know about apples. I can tell you what's the best apple. Because the subjective self is a bit wobbly, a bit insecure. If it can tie itself to an objective statement, it gets a bit more depth, a bit more heft. Hey, this is the best apple. Let me inform you. Apple eaters, have you been deluded by other purveyors? Turn your mind towards the pinks. That's how the market works. You're talking about ideas, you're talking about interpretation. It doesn't catch the as is. So when ideas are arising, we don't need them to build up the meaning of our lives. Thoughts arise and pass. This is what we looked at earlier as the meaninglessness of the thought. When you make the thought meaningful, you give it attraction whereby it exerts a torque, a twist, a bend on what else is occurring, and that configures the alignment of the factors of experience. You don't need to do that. Everything that appears is inseparable from emptiness. The unborn is the ground, and everything born from the unborn is unborn, which is appearance. They are non-dual. So the implication of that is appearances are complete as they are. They're just this. When you bring it into compare and contrast, how do you compare them? So, and repeat the example I used before. Now I've got this tea. I think it's a bit stronger than the one I had before, made with the same kind of tea bag. But say I've got the morning's tea and this tea, so I've got two red teas, one in the left hand, one in the right hand. Now I'm going to drink them together. I don't have a white shirt, I'll risk the stain. Oh, I can't get them in my mouth at once. And if I could get them in my mouth at once, how would I be able to discern what's coming in the right side of my mouth and what's coming in the left side of my mouth? They would have mixed. So do I compare them out there by looking at them? Or do I take one sip and then another sip? But the first sip is still lingering in my mouth. It's created a slight tendency, a predisposition, which is unfair to the second sip. It's biased against it, so it's appealing to the referee. You cannot compare and contrast in that way. There aren't two things to compare. You have a whole sequence of appearances, experiences which arise and pass. Yeah? Judgment, conclusions, as long as they're part of the flow, as long as they're just situational positionings that are part of the ongoing conversation, that's one thing. But when they step back and say, no, it is like this, then you know that you're getting into the territory of madness, because there are no entities that can carry the weight of your judgment. Then he says, being intact, being entire, being complete, we are free of the sickness of effort. So when we do the 3R and you relax into the openness, it's just open. There's no beginning and end to the openness, it's just open. It is intact, it's not influenced, it's not affected in any way. The whole is whole. The whole is always whole. And if you relax into the whole, you experience your wholeness, your entirety. So there's then no fragmentation. Because of this, you are untouched by the disease of effort. Because if it is already complete, you're not creating something new. You're not making a major change. You're just moving the furniture, Patterns shifting, empty patterns shifting and moving and turning. Nothing is created, nothing is destroyed, self-arising, self-vanishing. Therefore, what are we striving at? We are here. We do the we're here. All experience is arising here. There is nothing beyond here. Oh, but what about America? What about Germany? These are ideas. Where are these ideas arising? Here and now. They're not arising from anywhere else. Everything is here and now. So, if everything's here and now, as it is, what are you going to do with effort? What are you trying to improve? It could be better. That's a judgment. Well, it could be different. It will be different, but for sure it'll be different. Without you doing anything, it's going to be different because it's always moving. You don't need to make so much effort. If you think in your life how busy you've been doing different things. Tibetans have a story about a yogi who was in his cave, and every year on a full moon day, his sponsor would come bringing some donkey loads of resources for him. So that morning he got up very early and he swept his cave and he made it very nice and took all the dust off his altar. And then he's sitting there. He's saying, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be practicing to be natural, and I've just become artificial for the sake of my dinner. So he goes and he picks up the ashes and he throws it over everything. And then the sponsor arrives and thinks, oh, you must have been meditating hard. There's a bit of a tip here. It's a very nice story, isn't it? As soon as you have an image of what the other person wants, you become artificial, trying to prepare it, because we don't believe that people will like us as we are. If you truly knew how I was, you wouldn't like me. This toxin, this poison goes through so many people's lives, making us artificial so that we pretend and we show. We're just the way we are, however we are. Some people will like us, some people won't like us. It's like that. Nothing to do. So, by the disease of effort, he means the effort to make things artificial, to construct them in a way that fits some plan, some design, some idea. So then he says, spontaneously abiding, and so everything is settled. So here we are, free of the sickness of effort. We don't need to adjust our life. We're just abiding with the spontaneity of what occurs. The mind abides in its openness. The spontaneity of the movement fills the mind and empties it. And so everything is settled. Everything just is as it is, arising and passing. There is nothing to be adjusted. This text you'll find in the book we did, Finding Freedom. It's a very interesting text to read. But the principles are exactly everything we've been covering. Don't solidify your sense of self. Don't set yourself apart from the world. That's achieved by thinking a lot. You go into your private domain of thinking. Relax in the out-breath. Here we are, just looking like a cow in the field. Glake it, as they say in Scotland. Life's going on. I'm not doing it. Life goes on. Life passes through me, as me. I am part of the whole manifesting movement. I'm drawn in, I'm pulled out, I assert, I deny, I pulsate in the field of pulsation. It's just like that. This allows the wisdom of the emptiness, the ungraspability of the ground, and the kindness of the flexibility and pliability of responding to others as they pattern. Because you're not starting from a fixed shape. You start as a potential in the space of receptivity. You receive and you respond. And you respond towards what you've received. So there's no fixed agenda. There's no fixed self. That's what he's saying. I mean, this is one of the foundational texts of Dzogchen as it came into Tibet. It's very, very helpful. Okay, I think we have a break now. I think it might be useful to return to the topic of emptiness a bit, because you can see that emptiness totally pervades the view of Dzogchen. In fact, with the beginning of the Mahayana, two things develop. One is the wisdom of emptiness, and the second is the kindness, which includes all sentient beings. And these are seen to be the two wings of a bird. That you have to have both, and they need to be in harmony. If you understand the emptiness of all appearance, this includes the emptiness of all sentient beings in all the 6 realms. And so the wish to help them, to relieve them from their suffering, is relieving them from the cause of their suffering, which is that they don't recognize the emptiness of their situation. So emptiness is seen as the one true medicine that cures all ills, because if everything is empty and everything that arises is empty, how could you fall into duality? There would be no basis for duality, because duality sets this against that. This is not that, that is not this. So there are many texts on emptiness, many deep philosophical texts, but one of the foundational texts is the Heart Sutra, and I just want to read out a little bit of it. And it's interesting that the Heart Sutra describes the Buddha being with his entourage at Rajgir in modern Bihar, at this Vulture Peak mountain. He's there surrounded by monks of both the Theravadan tradition and the Mahayana tradition. And the Buddha, it says, was resting in the absorbed contemplation known as profound illumination, which discerns the nature of phenomena. So the Buddha is with his mind seeing the emptiness of everything which occurs. So at the same time, present with the Buddha is the great Bodhisattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, in Tibetan Chenrezig, who was clearly observing within the profound practice of transcendental wise discerning, which means seeing emptiness in everything. And it's said to be transcendent because it takes you beyond the duality of self and other. And through this, he truly saw the natural emptiness of the 5 factors of composition. That is to say, the 5 skandhas. Now, there are many different aspects to what we call the Theravadan tradition. There were many different dominant sects that faded away and so on. So different views inside the Theravadan. It's not of one voice. But generally speaking, the Theravadan focuses on, as we looked at the beginning, there are no such thing as persons. Each person is constituted out of these 5 basic factors or heaps. And these 5 factors are irreducible. These are the essential ingredients of our life, our form, our feelings, our perceptions, our associations, and our consciousness. When these function together, we have a person. But the person has no essence of their own. They are a kind of epiphenomena generated by the effective integration of these 2. But what he's saying here is, and this is a Mahayana text, so this is moving from one view to another, and there is some degree of hostility between the 2. He's saying that these 5 factors, the 5 skandhas, are naturally empty. They're empty in and of themselves, and as such cannot be the fundamental building blocks. So what arises is not increasing complexity based on the patterning of 5 irreducible elements. Rather, what arises is an illusion based on the arising of patterns, including the 5 skandhas, which generate other patterns and generate other patterns and generate other patterns. So it's endlessly moving patterns. Then, through the power of the Buddha, the Venerable Shariputra spoke as follows to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara. Now, Shariputra is here the representative of the Theravadan tradition. And he is called Venerable because he's a monk. Avalokiteshvara represents the Mahayana, and he is said to be a Bodhisattva Mahasattva, slightly upmarket. It's a political document. So Shariputra is making the request, "Oh, wise one, please tell me, because I don't know." He says, in what manner should they train those of good family who wish to follow the profound practice of transcendental wise discerning? And Avalokiteshvara replies, Shariputra, whichever of those sons or daughters of good family wish to follow the profound practice of transcendental wise discerning should look thoroughly in the manner I will describe, and thus clearly seeing that the 5 factors of composition are intrinsically empty of inherent nature. So it means if you really see that whatever you think your life is resting on, it is not, that opens the path to seeing that the mind has no substance. Because as long as you're focused on the sense that I really exist as an ego entity, it gives this false support, which is a belief. I believe I exist, therefore I do exist, and because I do exist, I believe I exist. And again, you get a kind of solipsistic, self-determining circle. Well, when you see that these 5 skandhas, or you could say the amygdala, all the different parts of the brain are empty of inherent self-nature, or the sympathetic nervous system is empty, the parasympathetic service is empty. All that you take to constitute yourself in whatever system you operate in that constructs notions of how we are, all of these component factors lack inherent existence. It doesn't mean that they don't exist in a functional sense. Your heart functions in relation to the blood supply and to these electrical pulses which keep the beat of the heart. This is a complex pattern of communication. So you have functional presencing without anything behind it. The whole system works because of its intercommunication, its connectivity. So we know that with our bodies. If one bit of us doesn't function well, we start to get problems. The body is very vulnerable. We have more and more awareness in Britain of the nature of sepsis. Quite a large number of people die every year from sepsis. It can kill you in 3 days. You know, it just, this goes through the body and the body can't fight it back. And if it's not diagnosed quickly, you vanish. So there are many things which can arise because this embodied self is not a fixed, definite thing. It is functioning on the basis of the harmony between itself and the environment so that it doesn't have too much stress, but it does get some exercise and so on. The body is not a thing. It is a subsystem of the world. And the body is not complete in itself because it is the functioning of its subsystems, the blood supply, the endocrine system, the bones, the cartilage on the bones, and so on. All of these have to function well for our body to be so efficient that we can be forgetful of it, which is our desire. The body's just doing what we do and we're off bopping about. And then gradually the cartilage gets worn down and there's grinding on the bones and you get pain and you think, shit, I better go to the doctor. And the doctor said, why did you leave it so long? You know, we're going to have to maybe give you a knee replacement, which nobody in their right mind would want. But that happens, it wears out. Bits of you wear out. But it's me. But it's a bit of you. And it's doing work which you don't even clock, moment by moment, every day. You've got a shit posture. That's not just a reason to go to yoga. It's thinking, if your posture is really off balance, the line of gravity is meaning that the weight is not being properly distributed, so there's more pressure on one knee than the other, and you get excessive wear and tear. So you're out of balance, the whole system starts to go out of balance. but it is a systemic issue. So that's really what the Heart Sutra is talking about. You know, systems theory didn't begin with von Bertalanffy. You know, it's not some new creation. It's been going for a very long time, thinking about how each aspect is part of the functioning whole, and none of these aspects is itself a thing in itself. So then Avalokiteshvara continues to explain. He says, and this is the famous part, form is empty, emptiness is form, emptiness is not other than form, form is not other than emptiness. So when we see a form, that is to say, shape and color, which we see around us, something is happening, and we're drawn to saying something is there. There's a seeming somethingness, but what we're receiving is shape and color. Shape is identified by the mind, color comes in through our eyes, and we register it, and we put a name on that particular color. What is behind the color? Well, the color is revealed through the absorption or the non-absorption of certain of the wave bands of light that are going into it. It's a dynamic conversation with the potential of the object, but the object is not a thing apart because it stands in relation to everything else. So in this room we see the walls. The walls are there, it's obvious, the walls. The walls are resting on the walls of the ground floor. The ground floor walls are resting on the ground and the foundations of the building, and so on and on and on and on. Everything's resting on something else. There is nothing which is truly freestanding and independent. This is the heart of the understanding of emptiness. It doesn't mean that objects are void of existence. It means that their existence or their presencing is part of a conversation or a communication. And we enter into interaction with these things as part of another conversation that opens up. It is dynamic. The unfolding of the potential of the situation arises with interaction. Even when we don't see any potential in something, when it just seems to be there, it's always resting on something. So before we were looking at this piano stool, it seems to be something. We look at it and we see it. It's an entity, an item. Where is it? It's on this wooden platform. I don't want it to be on the wooden platform. Okay, where do you want it to be? It has to be somewhere. It has to be somewhere. You put it on the ground, put it on top of the piano, put it out the window. You have to put it somewhere. It's always located. It's always in relation to something else. A motor car is always somewhere. It's not a motor car, it's a motor car on a road. It's resting on the road. So when you see a motor car, you're half blind because you don't see the road. The parked car doesn't move. I don't need to think about the bloody road. It's when you start the engine, then you think about the road. It's just parked, but it's parked on the road. The car and the road are together. And the road is connected with the grass on either side, and the grass is connected with the trees, and on ad infinitum. It's all interconnected. There is no essence in the car. So if you see this, and this is different from, excuse me, this is largely different from what we've been looking at, because this is a more analytic approach. It's taking the composite that we see and putting it into question. You think there's a car, and then you look at the parts of the car, And it's due to the successful, efficient juxtaposition of these parts that the car works. The harmonic, effective collaboration of the parts generates enough support to say, this is a car. If it doesn't work, and the garage won't give you any money from it, if you're a farmer, you might park it at the end of a field and it gradually rusts away. Because it still looks like a car, but it isn't a car, because the car is the functioning of the car. And the functioning of the car is the car in relation to the road and in relation to the desire of the people who drive the car. So if we can start to think more and more in terms of interconnectivity, although we have the necessary capacity to identify particular shapes as having a provenance, or a place they come from, a function, we start to see them as linked to other factors that are arising in the environment. Nothing exists by itself. Okay? Nothing exists by itself. It doesn't have a self which is self-existing. The self of the car, if you like, the integrity of the car is its connectivity. The carness of the car is outside the car because the function of the car is to go along the road. Without the road, what's the point of calling it a car? The car needs the road to be a car. The carness of the car is not within the car. It's functional. It's about connectivity. So this is dependent origination in action. And if we really start seeing this, then we see everything we encounter has a history, has a line of manifestation. It's dependent on other factors and other factors and other factors. The fact that I managed to learn something about Tibetan Buddhism arose from various factors. It arose from me not liking Scotland very much. And me discovering that although I have many, many good qualities, one of the most precious is my thumb. So standing at the side of the road waving my thumb at people, I managed to stop cars. I don't know that Superman could do that. And then I could travel out to India for £10, hitchhiking. The fastest I did it was in 5 days. That was with the help of some little pills. You're just bombing along the road. The world was open at that time, going through Iran, going through Afghanistan. I wouldn't dare go near these countries now. But then it was like that. So that was a window of opportunity which was there, and I managed to go through it, and doors opened. The Tibetan refugees were new in India, they were more easily available, it was less hierarchical and so on. So a particular context allowed me to absorb certain qualities of understanding of that tradition. Dependent origination. It's nothing about me specifically. It was how I was at that time able to absorb these things and how that could manifest in situations since then. So that's the story of all of our lives. Doors have opened. Sometimes we've gone through, sometimes we haven't gone through. We've had trepidation, hesitation, and sometimes we've leapt into situations and afterwards we regret it. But we don't know how our life is going to be. There is no map for life. There is the phenomena. We can learn something about the phenomena, about how people are. We can work with that. But maps are very dangerous because they're always out of date. They're always out of date. So in relation to emptiness, what I see, certainly in my own life, is so much happenstance, so much being in the right place at the right time, and quite a lot of the time being in the wrong place at the right time and having tragedies and difficulties and worries and concerns. Moving around in this system of complex vectors of possibility interacting with each other. And sometimes it's like being tumbled in the surf in the sea as life's happening and you're not quite sure why. And other times it's more calm. So this is how our lives evolve, I would think, for all of us here. Sometimes we seem to be in charge, we're the decision maker, we're carrying through our plan. Another time life's just happening to us and we haven't got a clue. So there we see where would be the fullness of myself? Where would be the absolute reliability of my ideas about myself? I manifest in relation to the factors that I can be in touch with. When I came back from India, I was all over the place, lost, living in a squat, hadn't a clue what to do, had no means to make any money. And I saw in the job center a little note in the window, drama therapy group. So I went in and I got a placement in this project that was set up for unemployed people. And that opened all kind of doors for me. And then I started to train in therapy. And at that time, training in therapy was very cheap. It was unbelievably cheap. Now it costs an arm and a leg. It's a big, big business. It's outrageous. It's disgraceful. It's truly middle class kind of, just very strange. But at that time, doors could open quite easily. So we see that in the world. Doors open and doors close. Very difficult to see how the world is going to be. We don't know what will be good for us or how we should live. And that again is what the Heart Sutra is saying. It's like, be kind to yourself. You're not walking on solid ground. You're walking on floating clouds. They can fall away at any time. Sickness can arise at any time. Car accidents happen at any time. This evening, people will be crushed to death in cars in Britain because it happens. It's regular happening. These things happen. What we think is the case is not going to be the case because it's arising independent origination. You may be the most careful driver in the world, but the arsehole coming towards you might be drunk and out of his skull. They might be on their mobile phone and distracted, having an argument, and they whack into you. This is not to be alarming ourselves, it's to see that when we want the world to be settled and definitive and predictable, we're in self-delusion. Solidification, control, imposed definition is the wrong path. As we've looked in various ways, the world is moving, we can move with the world, we can be more flexible enough to find ourselves in contact with the world as it changes. But if we take up a fixed position, I am this is how I am, then it's a problem. So he goes on to say, feeling is empty, emptiness is feeling, and the same with perceptions, formations, and consciousness. Thus, Shariputra, in this way, all phenomena are themselves emptiness. It's not that they have emptiness as some kind of adjunct or some added-on quality. They are emptiness. So this is an interesting shift. There are things, when we look at the things we see, they have no inherent existence. Their existence is empty of self. This applies to this form, to that form, to that form, to that form. The more we see that this applies to all the forms that we see, there is only emptiness. Emptiness shows diversity. Do you see the transition? The text we looked at before by Bhairochana is saying, as it is diversity. The mirror is the reflection. The multiplicity of forms showing is not other than the emptiness of the ground. So the Heart Sutra is a kind of transitional text moving in that direction by saying, emptiness, the ungraspability, the undefinability of everything is what phenomena are. They appear without inherent existence. They have, as I described before, they have a functional existence. They function in relation to other forms which arise. But there's nothing you can catch. What you catch is your concept, your name. So if we say, this is a piano stool, if you've been around a while and you've seen the kind of seats that are often provided by pianos, it's reasonable to say it's a piano stool. But as we've looked, when you analyze it, you can see that the wood and the other parts of it can have other functions. It is situationally a piano stool. There is no intrinsic piano stool-ness or essence to how it is. We keep it in this form because we have the resources that permit us to do that. But in another situation, you could burn it. I'll tell you a story. In the Second World War, my father was in the army, and he was in charge of a bunch of men who were going out to India to fight in Burma. And it was winter time, and they were in England, and they were billeted in a big country house. And it was very cold. And my father was off in a planning meeting, and when he came back, there was a big fire roaring in the main room, and the soldiers had ripped all the wood paneling off the walls and fed it into the fire. He said, fucking hell, you know, because he's the named guy, he's liable for it. So he's saying to them, we can't continue doing this. And they said, we are going out and we're going to die. We're being sent to fight people. Can't we be warm? It's like that, isn't it? So it's, burn the fucking thing. Burn it. Why? But it's a house. This is precious. This is beautiful architecture. Look how well the wood panelling's been made. Or people who are frightened, give them a good evening before they go off to war. So where's the inherent quality? The wood has been beautifully made. It's rare teak, very expensive, difficult to get. Or there's human beings. So this is what we're doing all the time. The value is not fixed. Contingently, contextually, the value varies, doesn't it? If they hadn't been going to war, if they'd just been arsing about, they'd have been on charge and put in the military prison. But because they were going off to war and they were scared, that made it different. So that's what it means by the emptiness. It means different factors come into any situation and can give it a particular flavor. There is no internal definition that keeps all the other vagaries of happenstance out. That's why we're living in this moving feast of potential interactions. So this is what emptiness means. It doesn't mean completely empty of everything. It means a kind of a site of unpredictable emergence. Does that make sense? Each of us is a site of unpredictable emergence. We have our name, we have our qualities, we've got family or friends, we've got some kind of definition of ourselves. You might have a CV, you might have a regular job, but nonetheless, you can get sick, people close to you can get sick, you can be made redundant due to factors well beyond your control. What you are, how your life is not fixed. And yet we live with our blinkers as if it were. So this is the solidifying, reifying, over-defining attitude of the ego self, which says, I know what it is, and because I know what it is what I know it to be. So it's a circular argument. But life impinges, life undermines plans. Life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. That's attributed to John Lennon, who got murdered, which I don't think he was expecting. You know, it's like that. Life happens. So, what does that mean for our life? First of all, it's precious. Secondly, it's vulnerable. It's impacted by many different factors. We assume certain things about who we are and how we are. But now, being here, we've been introduced to this other vision of ourselves, that we are the radiance of the ground. We are the force of the potential of the ever-open ground, the heart of Samantabhadra, the primordial Buddha. This radiates out as our manifesting in the world with our particular shapes and qualities. The diversity of people here is the diversity of the potential of the heart of Samantabhadra. And we're moving in a field of light and sound and taste and touch, and it's changing and moving and changing and moving. And this is our life. We're here. We can be here, or we can be here on the way to there. So when we talk about here and now, this is the site of the emergence, and what emerges is here and now, here and now. Yeah, but what is it? It's here and now. It's here and now. No qualification will get you any closer to its truth, because it is the here and now of the radiance of emptiness. So learning more about it and adding more adjectives and adverbs on top will not get you to the heart of the matter, because the heart of the matter is empty and radiant. The mirror has nothing in it and is constantly filled. Our mind has nothing in it, that is to say, no internal defining essence, and yet here we are, moment by moment, happy, sad, certain, uncertain, all kind of things are emerging. What do they mean? We're blown hither and thither. It's a lovely thing, isn't it? To go on the South Downs when the grass is high and the wind's blowing and it whoosh, and the whole field is just shimmering. We're like that. We're just shimmering in these winds. We didn't make these winds of emotion, winds of hope, and so on. We expand and contract. This is the movement which is inseparable from the emptiness. So what he's doing in the Heart Sutra, and I strongly suggest you read the Heart Sutra. There are many commentaries on the Heart Sutra now which are very useful, that help you to really sit with the way in which you solidify certain aspects of yourself. And these aspects then become a kind of internal support for the delusion that you exist as someone. We want to dissolve these supports. It's like, sometimes when people have problems with the spine, the surgeons in their compassion want to put steel rods up the spine, which has some advantages, but it means you can't move very much. You get support, so it lifts the vertebrae so that they're not crushing and you get less pain from the nerves, but it's a risky operation. So we're the same. We have steel rods inside us. The steel rods of our belief. I am this, you are that, I like this kind of person, I don't like that kind of person. And then we experience the rigidity that comes with it. That brings a kind of certainty, but at the cost of flexibility and easy responsivity. So the Heart Sutra is helping us to put into question whatever you think is fixed, definable, reliable. And it's not a very long text, so I'll go on with it, because it's really quite radical to our ordinary sense of experience. He then says, Shariputra, in this way, all phenomena are themselves emptiness. They are free of signs and identification. Now, we look around the room. We're all educated people. We can put a name to anything in this room. Electric wiring, spotlights, and so on. It's not difficult. We do this. We do this. What he says is, phenomena are themselves emptiness. They are free of signs and identification. You put your signs and identification onto phenomena, it doesn't touch them. This bounces back onto you. This is your experience of the phenomena, but you don't reach the phenomena because you're gazing through your pre-established assumption as to what the phenomena are. No? I know what I know. I know what I like what I know. I'm a pillock. Isn't it? I know what I like and I like what I know. It's very sad. What do I know? He's saying your signs, your words, your learning touches a slippery veneer. You can't actually catch what's there. It's uncatchable. All phenomena are empty. There's nothing to catch. So you substitute the egoic failure to catch phenomena by catching concepts about phenomena instead. This is your substitute. He says, all phenomena are unborn and unceasing. So we've looked a lot at the meaning of unborn and unceasing. They are without stain and without freedom from stains. So, if we look at the walls, we'll find little marks because the chairs have been moved and you get some impression. We might say, oh, there is a stain on the wall. There is a stain on my concept of the wall. I see that the wall has been reasonably freshly painted. I get a sense of how it should look. I see how it does look. The shift in the pattern, which I'm surprised to see, I take to be a stain, a mark. It has been altered. It has been altered from how it should look. We just listen to the words. We're getting way into conceptualization here, how it should look. It is what it is. No, but it shouldn't be like that. Who says? We say. We've entered into a labyrinth of our own signs, our own identifications, which don't reach the wall. They reach our idea about the wall. So you end up, you're in a hall of mirrors, you're talking about yourself. It's like an echo chamber. And you keep doing it and you keep doing it, but you never arrive at something real because everything is essentially empty, devoid of that kind of reality. So this is where we see delusion. Buddhist books are talking about everything is like an illusion. If you don't understand the illusory nature, you are in delusion because you imagine that the illusion is real. That's a delusion. An illusion is an illusion, which means it looks as if it's something, but it's not. And all these phenomena are without decrease or completion. So, if you've been here before, you see that there's been some building work and there's the cafe's been opened, they put a new roof on that area. So we can say, oh, there's been some changes, there is development. This text is completely false. It says here, without decrease or completion. They've knocked something down and put something up. What has occurred? Ideas. Ideas mobilize other ideas. You call in the builder, you have an idea. The builder says, well, God, inflation, you'd be very surprised now at the price of materials. And he offers you a quote, and you're thinking, ooh, yeah. So then working out, how much money have we got? How should we go? There's a lot of mental activity. Establishing what? A pattern of appearance. We call it the cafe, but it's a building. You could sleep in it. You could live in there. Nice little room. But it's a cafe. You can't live in the cafe. But it's a room. No, it's a cafe. Is it a room? Is it a cafe? It depends. If you apply the name, the title, the signifier to the room, it seems to seep into the walls like mildew or dampness and becomes inherent. It's a cafe. Should we go to the cafe? I know where the cafe is. The completion is in your mind. It is not inherently the cafe. The cafe doesn't exist except in your identification of it as the cafe. It doesn't exist for mice, for wasps, for cockroaches. They're not thinking cafe, they're thinking food. We are prisoners of this kind of conceptualization, which is valid within the remit of our being human beings who like to have good coffee, and so we go to the cafe. But the cafe is a mental construct. It is conventional. We accept that conventional identification, and so we go there to get the coffee. By your act of going to the cafe for the coffee, you make the cafe the place to get coffee. Your participation keeps the cafe full of coffee. If you didn't like the coffee in the cafe, you wouldn't go to the cafe for your coffee, and they would go bankrupt because it's a trading business that has to show a profit. There is no essence to it. That's what he's saying. Functional presence, patterning of experience that you participate with, that you are a co-builder of. There is a potential there, and how you participate relieves or releases some of the factors present in it to manifest. It's a cafe. And it will run, hopefully successfully, and it will make someone a reasonable job to run it, and so on. And it may not. Businesses open and close all the time in the high streets in Britain. New startup companies go bust very, very easily. The percentage of startups that go bankrupt is something like 60% in the first year. It's very high because it's very difficult to have enough starting capital to carry you over all your expenses and your taxes and. They're a dream. And if the dream is functional, if it plugs into something, you're successful. But it never had any essence. If the business survives, it's because people's minds flow into an alignment with the trajectory of the business plan of the business. Huh? Is that so interesting? It's co-created by the shareholders, by the tax advisors, and so on. It is mental activity. This world, the world we experience, is a world of mental activity. It is empty of inherent substance apart from you. So what he's saying is there are no real objects because the object is revealed to you through your subjectivity. It's always the co-emergence of subject and object, and both have no inherent existence of their own. Is this making sense? It's a little bit kind of heady mental stuff, but it allows you to start to see what assumptions you bring into your interaction with the world. It's like this person's like this. The world seems set and fixed, and actually it can shift according to participation. And we have different capacities. For me, if I have to phone up companies, like telephone companies, even for simple tasks, I seem to get into a terrible mess. So I go next door to see my old friend Barbara, and I start the phone and I say, I'm going to hand it to my colleague. And then she's very nice. She says all kind of little funny, friendly little things. I have no idea why she's blethering. She just, okay, she's doing what she does. And you get a good outcome. I'm banging on the wall because I can't find the door, and the door opens. People have that skill. We all have different ways of approaching the world. We're good at some things and not good at others. That is so interesting. That's how we understand karma, that we have our potential, but it's not a kind of universally applicable form. It has its specific pathways where it can operate or not operate. And try as I can, I get into this kind of somehow conflict or incomprehension. I don't know what they're up to. And they must be thinking, got another of these weird buggers on the phone. You know, it's like, so there you have a non-functioning resonance. You've got a resonance that sets both parties off because it somehow can't get into harmony. And then I come to strong conclusions about how they are. And Barbara says, they're not like that at all. It's just you. It's all you. So then he goes through, a whole list of things. Emptiness is without form, without feeling, without perception, without formation, without consciousness. So he's repeating the 5 skandhas have no essence. Emptiness is without eye, without ear, without nose, without tongue, without body, without mentation, without form, without sound, without smell, without taste, without sensation, without objects of mentation, mental activity. Emptiness is without the domain of vision and without the domain of the other senses up to and including the domain of mentation. That when it says without, it means it's free of these. They don't impinge on it. Emptiness is not touched by any of the factors in the world. That's why it remains empty. Again, we have the wonderful image of the mirror. The mirror is full of reflections. Absolutely intimately inside. You see that when you look in the mirror. It's full of the reflection, and yet it's not touched or tainted or marked or in any way modified by the presence of the reflections. When the reflection changes, it's just fresh. It's just fresh. So this is emptiness. It doesn't add anything onto it. It doesn't try to get rid of anything. It remains empty under all circumstances. And this is the basis of our potential to respond to different situations in different ways. Because we have no fixed essence, if we truly see that and relax out of our habit formations, we find that we are able to manifest in these different ways into different situations. Oh, but I couldn't do that. I'm not like that. Find yourself a Barbara. Because it's important not to get too carried away. Well, if everything's empty and it's for all open potential, I should be able to do everything. It's not really like that. Because inside the vastness, if you like, of the universal potential, we have our own karmically circumscribed arena of potential. Gradually, we can soften the boundaries of that. We can gain more access to the wider potential. But a lot of the time, even without thinking about it, we find some stepping back or some inhibition or some withdrawal just because I'm me, it's not me, I couldn't do it. But why? Everyone else can do it. But I can't. Just do it. But no, I can't. We probably know what that feels like as being a child and your parents are encouraging you, come on, it'll be okay, don't worry. No. We can't find the connection inside us to what's outside. So that's karma, where your ability to access the wider field is being determined by the arising pattern in yourself. Now, you can work, as we do, in our various ways to release ourselves from strong identification with the patterning, but it can still slip in and catch you because it's how you are. How you are in terms of the patterning of your potential. So, emptiness is free of ignorance and of the extinction of ignorance and of the 12 factors of dependent co-arising up to old age and death and the extinction of old age and death. Similarly, emptiness is free of suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the path that leads to the cessation of suffering. So he's saying that the Four Noble Truths, the kind of fundamental ground statement of what Buddhism's all about, is empty. It has no inherent existence. It's just an idea, a set of ideas, useful ideas, helpful ideas, but no basis, no essence in them that makes them true. Emptiness is free of intrinsic original knowing and free of attainment and also non-attainment. So it means like emptiness is also free of the wisdom of the Buddha. So what on earth would that mean? The wisdom of the Buddha is the wisdom of seeing the empty nature of all things, the empty nature of the mind. And emptiness itself is free of them. What do you see? You see emptiness. Nothing is achieved. That's why he says there's free of attainment and also of non-attainment. There's nothing to get. Well, what are we doing then? We're getting non-attainment. We're getting the fact that there's nothing to get. Getting is the problem, that we want to arrive somewhere, a better place, we want to develop our qualities. But that's a bit pathetic then. It just is what it is. Write that in gold letters. It is what it is. What? It is what it is. It's shite. Come on, it's just shite. You know, I can tell you chip shops where you wouldn't want to eat the chips. That's shite. It's rubbish. That's it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Get a fucking life. So we have to really see what this means. It's not a position against another position. It's just looking and seeing what is an attainment. People in this room have achieved all sorts of things. You get through school, you get your bit of paper, you might go to university, you get letters after your name. The shine vanishes very quickly. It doesn't mean anything, it's your past. While you were going for it was big and shiny and you got through and hooray and a door opens, you get your first job and then I've got a job, I've got to go to work. We finish here on Sunday and then there's Monday and Monday morning and I didn't have a proper weekend. You're entrained into something. There is no liberation in that sense. If you're looking to arrive somewhere, that's what he's saying. Everything is process. So if you stay with an intention to get somewhere, you miss the actual nature of process, which is self-arising, self-vanishing. The wave arises and vanishes, arises and vanishes. it is what it is. You are with, it is what it is. This is you. You are the here and now, open, and what arises in that space, it is what it is, and that includes you. You are part of this emergent moment. And if you are present as part of this emergent moment, it's fine, because you see it's like this, and then it's not like this. It's like this, and then it's not like this. Every pattern of your life, every stage of your life has been as it was, and then gone. Relationships, children being small, children leaving home. It is this, and then it's not this. This is what it means. It doesn't mean that you should be inactive and not do anything, but keep looking. What is the truth status, or what is the reality of the doer of the deeds? You do things. Who is doing this? I am. That's a sign. That's a use of language to name a movement of energy which arises and dissolves. So it's almost like if you've got a necklace, all the beads are strung together. So you know where you are. Cut the thread, the beads scatter. Now new patterns are possible, but you're not in control. You're not the owner of the beads. So when we strongly control our life, we're stringing these elements of our lives together. We're wearing these garlands, and now we're the protectors of the garlands, and we want to maintain the pattern of the garland, and there's a kind of anxiety in that. Cut the thread. It is what it is. You work with circumstances. That sounds very nice, but it's actually very, very scary. How will it be? We don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows. It will be as it is. How will I prepare for that? By being relaxed. Because if you're relaxed, you respond. Have no intention. We are all working in the great Dharma pizzeria. We're at our workstation, and we have this circular table around us with little pots. We're getting the base. It's ready. The order comes in. 4 stagioni. Okay. Bit of this, bit of that, bit of that. Another one comes in. 4 for cheeses. Another one comes in, pizzicata or whatever it is. You make it according to order. The person making the pizza is not allowed to make their favorite pizza. They have to make the pizza for the other person. This is the wisdom of emptiness. We make pizzas for others. We make ourselves for others. This is kindness. If we insist on our recipe, self-cooking for my palate, and then insist I'm okay, fit in with me, that's violence. So emptiness means it's just a potential, like the pizza base. Anything is possible with the pizza base. And then you put on the tomato sauce or whatever, the cheese, and then you build it up according to the moment. Situationally responsive. So that's what he's saying here. It's not fixed. It's not overdetermined. This opens the freedom of not knowing, which means the freedom of looking, not predictive knowledge, something I made yesterday. I put it in the freezer. I take it out. I pop it in the microwave. Here you are. We're doing fresh cooking. Fresh into the moment. It's nice to be fresh. Serving stale food is shameful. Being stale yourself is very sad. This is a shining world with many possibilities. So the fresh cooking means you open to your potential moment by moment according to the situation. And the fact that people ask for a pizza that you don't know about is very interesting. You want 3 portions of anchovy. Okay. That's what you want. Who am I to say? I am for you. So when we take the Bodhisattva vow, we say, from this day on, in all my future lives, I will be a servant for sentient beings. Whatever is needed by them, I will offer. If they are without hope, I will bring them hope. If they are without confidence, I will give them confidence. I will provide them whatever is required. This is such an amazing thing to say. We should be quaking in our shoes when we say such a thing. But this is what it means. I'll make the pizza you want. So that's why, excuse me, in the tradition, they say, with the 3 kayas, the Dharmakaya is for yourself. The openness of your mind, the unborn nature of your mind, this is your share. The Sambhogakaya and the Nirmanakaya, that is to say, the expressive energy of the Dharmakaya, is for the other. So the lucidity of your mind, the way in which you see what's arising in your mind without getting trapped or following after it, the blessing of clarity into the emptiness of mental phenomena, which leads you into participating in the world towards how the world is without a prefigured agenda, this being for the other, this is their share. You got the emptiness. Emptiness is satisfaction. The Dharmakaya is the mind of the Buddha. It's enough. Stillness is your share. Movement is the other share because you move towards the other for the other. So that's something very beautiful. It doesn't mean, oh, everything's emptiness, so there's nothing to be done. It means resting in emptiness, seeing the emptiness, receiving the particular formations of empty energy, patterning which arise moment by moment. We respond to that in emptiness, as emptiness. And this is our being in the world with others. And it stays light and fresh, light and fresh. What could be better? Our own dinner might be better. So we have dinner and then you have this evening's entertainment. Okay, if we start with the 3-hour practice. And I didn't say, but usually when we do this kind of practice, we put our hands on our knees in front of us so that you've got an open space. Because when we're sitting with that one hand on top of the other and we're focusing in, it's as if we're going into the stillness and depth of ourselves. And with this practice, we're opening to have an unimpeded integration between what we take to be inner space and outer space. Okay. So, last night some of us heard these wonderful stories about Mullah Nasruddin. And I'll tell you another one. One night in his village, after sunset, Mullah Nasruddin was down on the dusty path in a pool of light that was coming from a window up on a house. It's going up and down. A neighbor walks by and he says, "Hocha, master, what are you doing?" He said, "I've lost my keys. Here, let me help you." So he got down as well, and they go round and round and round. After a while, the neighbor says, "I don't think they're here." He said, "I know they're not here, but the light is here." So this is a story of us. We look in the familiar light of consciousness, of our assumptions, of what we think we know. We go round and round inside this arena looking to find the truth. But the truth is in the dark, in the silence, in the non-activity. As the gentleman said last night, these stories are very, very deep. So when we're sitting in the practice, when we feel this movement towards activity, towards making sense of what's going on, we're seeking in the familiar an answer which is not there. It is for this reason that in the Tibetan tradition, there is such a focus on transmission, on lineage, because going back to the time of Shakyamuni Buddha, when Siddhartha became Shakyamuni, became the Buddha, he found something that other people hadn't found. This was a revelation. He had been looking in the light when he was doing his years of ascetic practice. He'd been doing yoga, starving himself, all the things that people said would be beneficial, but he didn't find what he wanted. And it was only by giving up, by saying, enough, he just sat, and the revelation came to him. And this has been passed on in the different lineages of Buddhism. In the Dzogchen tradition, as I described briefly earlier, Samantabhadra, the always enlightened one, transmitted his clarity to Vajrasattva, who transmitted it to Gareth Dorji, who then introduced it into the human world in terms of words, these three statements we briefly looked at. And since that time, people have learned this from their teacher and then in turn become teachers and passed it on. So you have an unbroken lineage which has been running for many, many hundreds of years. And according to the tradition, if you don't get this transmission or this connection, you can't find it. Because we are... The very familiarity of the world that we live in, our habitual constructs, is paradoxically exactly the reason that we're lost. So lostness and pseudo-clarity or false clarity lie together because we're looking to find something, and there's nothing to find. But the more we develop our skills, our intelligence, our education, the more capacity we have to look for different kinds of somethings. And there are so many options. This very beautiful college here has all these brochures laid out of fascinating courses on storytelling and gardening and so on. There are many lovely and wonderful ways to spend your time, within which you will get more of the same. The course contents will be different, the people who come on the courses will be different, but the sameness lies in the basic dualistic structure. I know something, I'll share it with you, now you know something, you could share it with someone else. You got something. You go to the course, you learn something, you apply it, you gain a sense of mastery and competence with that. This, according to Dharma, is the paradigm or the structure of unawareness. It is highly conscious. You can develop a great capacity to use thoughts to illuminate that which can be illuminated by thought. So there's Mullah Nasruddin in the light. He's in the light of consciousness, checking according to the rules and regulations and tendencies of conscious illumination. What's at the back of this? Let's research it. Let's really look into it. What's the truth behind this? We've all been trained in one way or another in this kind of orientation. But Gareth Dorji shows that there isn't something else, an awareness. He says, be aware of your own face. How do you do that? You can be aware of your own hand, you stick it out, you look at it, you examine it, you see what it can do, but your face, you never see. So how do I see my own face? By not looking. By being the face. By relaxing into the presence of the face, then you see your face without looking. You become the openness. This is at the heart of the practice, and we would never think to do that. Think of all over the world, there are research institutes in biochemistry, in arms development, in food production for hot, dry countries. There are so many millions of people working to develop very useful enterprises and antidotes to problems. Clearly, from an ethical point of view, many of these activities are very, very good. They will help many people, but they are constrained by the fact of being inside this duality. I am researching to find the answer to a problem, like there are new treatments now for dealing with malaria, which is wonderful, it's fantastic. But you solve one problem, then you become aware of another problem, and another problem, and another problem. There's no end to problems, and there's no end to thinking, and you can't think your way out of samsara. So what Gareth Dorji is saying is, don't try so hard. Don't keep mobilizing and utilizing the resources that you're familiar with. When you use what you're familiar with, the feedback loop is a confirmation of your sense of competence. Now, it's a nice thing to feel competent. We don't want to feel stupid or useless or unable to do things. So we feel competent, but who is competent? I am competent. So the conclusion or the reward of the activity comes into us and somehow energizes to go back out there seeking for more projects which will confirm our competence. And there's no end to that. So when we do the practice, we are electing for redundancy. My father worked in a bank in Scotland. He was quite successful towards the end of his career. He had a very high position, but he had a series of heart attacks and he had to retire. He was like a ghost. He was wandering around, driving my mother mad. She would say, just go out, go for a walk. And he would say, no, I'll just stay here and talk with you. She said, no. All these years I've been at home, you've gone out, I like it that way. But he wanted to do, and he couldn't do. So his mind was active, but his body wasn't functioning too well. It's terribly sad. He couldn't plug in, he couldn't mobilize. And he became more and more unhappy. He started to write his biography, started to do this, started to do that. But it wasn't his work. His work was in a building that he wasn't allowed into anymore. He had a forced redundancy, a hiatus, a tear in the fabric of his existence. We go in the other direction. We go towards that redundancy. When we do this practice, we're letting go of the activities and the mental constructs which confirm us as being an effective, competent agent. It's all up to me. I have to do it. We relax out of that, and then we see what comes. Sometimes it's blurry, sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's light, sometimes it's clear. We could sort it out. But if we sorted it out, we'd be out. To be in it is to learn to live with the incompetence of being somebody whose competence is not required. The ego's competence doesn't help awareness. Awareness is unborn and self-luminous and is not resting on any education, it's not resting on any development. You can't make it get bigger, it never gets smaller, you can't lose it, you can't find it, it just is. It's always here. Well, then why don't I have it? Because you can't have it. But if it's always here, I must have it. Yes, you do have it. But you don't have it the way you have your hands and your feet and your watch. You are it. Well, if I am it, why don't I experience it? You see, it's so easy to get lost because you keep trying to pull it back into the familiar frame of reference, the pool of light where you seem to see something. That's what Gareth Williams says. He says, see your original face. So we practice doing that, not by looking out at something. There are many paintings of Gareth Williams, and he's smiling and looking out with his fingers pointing out. He's pointing, saying, look inside. Don't look outside. Look into yourself. You can know everything about the world, but gain nothing. What profiteth a man to gain the whole world, but lose his soul? And that's what we do. You get so busy in the world, there's always things to be done, especially now. Even when you get old, there's endless life maintenance shit to go through. You know, there's always something to be thinking about and checking and getting going. So we're pulled up to the surface and pulled up to the surface. So this practice is very precious because it gives us a simple way of relaxing and releasing, letting go of our sense of self, letting go of the urgency of our tasks, letting go of everything. And here we are. The simplicity of just being, not being anything in particular, not being someone, but just being or presence or awareness is revealed when we ease ourselves and we come into our proper shape. I remember when I was young and I used to walk a lot in the Highlands, that feeling, you know, you've been walking for an hour or 2 hours and you take your rucksack off and you kind of grow 2 inches. Oh, and it's like that. We've been burdened a lot. And we're burdened by what we need in order to survive in samsara. So you can't just throw it away because you need your competence. That's precious. It's not that dualistic competence is wrong or bad. It's just that if it becomes so mesmerizing that we are unavailable to relax and release, then we're endlessly busy and then we die. If we have the openness, then every pathway is possible. If we remember the infinite, the unborn, the unformed contains all finites. But no finite contains the infinite, although it is not different from the infinite and is imbued with the qualities of the infinite. Does that make sense? That's why releasing is so important. And what we experience in the practice is very often the difficulty of doing that because we have many subtle traces of the mobilized activity that we have from the past. You have the clear external things that you can stop. So you sit down, you're not walking, you're not talking, you let go of the external things. But some traces remain. The traditional example for this is that if you have a musk pod and you put it in a little box, you keep it there for a couple of days, then you take it out. the musk pod, the source of this strong smell, is no longer there. But the box is redolent with the smell. The traces linger in the wood. So that's what we experience in the meditation. We may have stopped the external activity, but the traces continue. For example, when Siddhartha sat under the Bodhi tree and gained enlightenment, he became a Buddha. But that Buddhahood was still conditioned. And then for the next, 40, 50, it must have been 50 years, he wandered around in what would now be Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, North Bengal, teaching, visiting, setting up monasteries, running the rains retreats, and so on. In that time, he had many difficulties. Sicknesses, quarreling in the Sangha, complaints about the Sangha, events that happened to him. So he went into a village and a woman ran out to him with a small baby and gave it to him and said, "That's yours, you dirty bastard, you did this." Okay. Yeah. Being the Buddha, he's always got followers. Please have this. So that's quite kind of alarming. So many events like that happened to the Buddha. It wasn't plain sailing at all. And they say that in this period, when the Buddha was under the Bodhi tree, he cut the root of the creation of karma. So we touched on these 4 stages of karma. The first is entering into the structure of duality. And from that you have dualistic intentions, then you have activity, and then you have the conclusion where you agree with it. So the root of that, the belief in duality, the identification with the I'm here and you're there, that was cut. But the subtle traces of that continued. And that's what manifested. And so at the end of his life, say he entered Mahaparinirvana and became a Samyak Sambuddha. He became a completely finalized Buddha. There was nothing else to be done because the production of karma was finished, the identification with unawareness was finished, and the subtle traces were finished. So even if we've been meditating for some time, we shouldn't be surprised that we still experience all kinds of subtle traces. And they're quite surprising. We have sudden urges or sudden something takes us over. We're a bit maybe shocked or disturbed. There is a lot already accumulated. It's a bit like a coiled spring. Some sudden propulsion can arise and take us unawares. The best remedy for this, or the best way of coping with this, is to remain relaxed, so that whenever an impulse arises, it manifests in space, it has space enough to dissolve. Energy allowed to move, to not be blocked, to move, but to move in space is always the best option. Just as if you had, if you were in America in the old days and you caught a wild horse, you can tie it up, but it's going to be kicking and furious. But if you've got a very big area where the horse can run around and get exhausted, it's much easier. The horse runs here, runs there, trying to escape, maybe kicking at the fence, and then it goes in the other direction, and gradually it gets exhausted, and then it feels a bit hungry, and it's looking around, and it eats some grass, and it adapts into its situation. But if you put it in a tight pen, it's going to stay furious for a long time. So our mind is like that, always giving it space, and if something wild arises, don't try to control it. Don't merge into it and act it out. Always we're seeking the middle way, the balance point between merger and rejection. We're just present. If we stay in space, this will pass through. So this is what we got from Garab Dorji and through all the teachers since then, and I received from various teachers in India, and they all say the same thing. Integrate movement and stillness. Integrate the ground spaciousness of awareness and manifesting in the world doing activities. If the activity is arising from space, not different from space, it won't be cumulative. It'll be fresh. It'll be just this and this and this. But if you forget the openness, if you fall into the activity and it seems very, very important and you're really committed to it, this very investment of importance in the object side has a parallel importance in yourself. I'm the one who has to do it. So responsibility and the burden of carrying it through, they merge together and then you're tumbling round and round. There's no reason why we can't do a lot. We can be very active, going to work, bringing up kids, writing books, whatever it is, but trying to relax this isolated sense of self-agency. It's up to me, and work with the field. The field calls us forth. So if there's something to do, you do it. You stick a list of shopping on the fridge, and then that takes you out to the shops to get something. You're responding and you're pulsating with formations of the world. So outer formations and inner formations are moving together. And the more you see the co-arising of that, you give yourself to the task and the task shapes how you proceed. That brings you to a kind of completed gestalt. There was an activity in formation, it's done, and then it's gone. Whereas if you feel burdened by, oh my God, I forgot to go to the shops and I'm going to close soon, I better hurry. The internal dialogue that you've got there is separating you from the world. You're feeling persecuted by the task. I have to, none of which is likely to orient you towards spacious openness. So always start with space, whatever it is. Whatever it is. It's like when you were in school and you had to do exams and you go into this ghastly room and there's all these little isolated tables and you sit down. The most important thing is to relax. Read the questions, relax. Look at them again and then start to write. Because if you start with agitation, you probably don't even read them very clearly and you're off writing and writing and writing. You're way off at a tangent. But how could I relax? It's an exam. The whole of life's a fucking exam. We're always performative. We're always bringing ourselves forward in relation to something else. It's just a showing. Everything in life is showing. The question is, where does the showing come from? What is the revelation of being or the revelation of our potential? It's from space, because when we look inside, like with the 5 questions, we don't find anyone inside who's doing it. It's when this inner potential or this inner space connects with the outer space, then there's the free movement. And you have what the text describe as Hlundrup, as instant presence or instantly formed or effortlessly arising. It arises with the conjunction, with the integrity of our being in the world, not subject joined to object, but we are participants in a world of participation. So this is the teaching of Gareth Dorji. Don't separate yourself. Don't isolate yourself. See that the ground of your being is ungraspable and ever open. Then secondly, he said, then whatever arises, don't take it as something coming at you. Don't take it as an object standing in relation to you. Otherwise, you go back into the habit of splitting and projecting. Whatever occurs is always already within the space of awareness. What we were looking at yesterday is the here and now, the infinite here and now, which is always precisely here. This is where everything occurs, in this moment, in this moment, in this moment. There is no past, it's gone. There is no future, it's gone. Can you remember your journey coming here? Hopefully, you're not demented yet. You can remember your journey. That was some days ago. Some days ago. That's an idea now. When you remember yesterday, it's now. It's always now. The memory is occurring now. You can't go into the past. You can't go into the future. That's the delusion. That's the miasma, the kind of foggy marsh haze which is arising as the delusion of taking subject and object as separate. You're present, you're open, everything's arising here and now. What's arising is all of this and all of this. All of me with all of this. I am enworlded. I am in the field as part of the field. Here and now, in this moment. So it's very balanced. Not balanced out on the object, not balanced in on the subject. So there's a threshold to going out into the world. Should I do this? Should I do that? All of that mental activity becomes redundant, not required. Because here we are. And it arises in the here we are, in the here and now. That's very, very different from what we learn in school or university or you get paid to do at work. There you're expected to have a role and a task, you're an identified person, and you have things that you have to do. You are the agent, and you get a performance review every year or every so often. This is completely different. The field moves. There is stillness, and within the stillness there is movement. Like within the mirror, there are reflections, and the reflections move, and the mirror itself doesn't move. And these reflections move together, and this is it. This is our participation in the world. We are an illusory form. They are an illusory form. Remember, illusion here is meaning inseparable from emptiness, unborn, appearing with specific qualities, with capacities and lack of capacities. We have our own formation, but these formations are empty of self-substance. They are amenable to change, and they arise with the other. So this is the heart of the teaching. So we have gratitude for the lineage. Without receiving the teachings and starting to practice, we wouldn't find our way. It's like that old film, The Secret Garden. You know, it's all grown over and it's been forgotten about. But the young boy, the kind of wild boy, he finds his way, and gradually the old gardener's persuaded to open the lock, and the young girl can take her wounded cousin, her sad cousin, into the garden. The garden was always there, but you had to find the way in, the mystic key. And that key is us. If we look inside, we're already in the garden. And if we look outside, we're scrabbling around trying to make sense of things. Okay, so let's do the 3R again. Okay, so this is the the principal practice that we do. If you're doing it at home, you can do it for longer periods, but always be attentive to the tendency to try, to strain, to make something happen. If you find yourself doing that, relax in the out breath. But if you're still caught in doing that, maybe get up, do some stretches, look out the window, and then sit and do it again, or come back a bit later and do it again. In the tradition of Dzogchen, there are many, many secondary practices that can be done. For example, there's a series of practice called the Semzin, which means to gain access to how your mind is. In these practices, you do an activity very intensively. For example, you might chant the sound of hung quite rapidly. Hung, 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 hung. You do this for about 10 minutes and you're completely absorbed in this, and then you suddenly stop. And there's a gap. And the most important thing about the practice is what happens when you stop. You stay in that gap. Nothing is there, no thought is there. And that's your mind itself. That's the brief experience of the mind without content. Of course, the content comes back. But it can be very helpful to see, I'm here, I'm present, I'm alive, and with nothing. Nothing is not the end of me. For the ego, nothing at all is the end of me, because I'm something, I'm someone. So if it's all wiped out, that's terrible. But what you experience is the falling away of the intensity of this, me doing the activity, because it's I'm doing it. Stop. So this is a artificial form of what you can get with a strong sneeze, in orgasm. If you slip and you start to fall down the stairs, a small shock, you're shocked open. So you also have the use of pet. Pet! So when you get the shock like that, you shock yourself out of thinking. It's not the sound that's important. What's important is, nothing at all. Presence. I'm present as no one, doing nothing. Simple, pure presence. And the layering of self-identification, of being someone, fades away, and there's just openness, pure openness. Now, our goal is not to abide in pure openness. As we looked yesterday in terms of what are called the three kayas or the three modes of the Buddha, the openness is very important, and that's wisdom, and that's for us, that we're really relaxed in being present as nothing, as just prior to any notion of potential or anything, it's just nothing at all. Then within this, there are wisps of potential which start to pattern, and that's the Sambhogakaya, and then from that, there's going into the world with particular shapes, engaging and responding to others, and that's the Nirmanakaya. These second two are for the other. So our movement is movement in the world with others. We're not moving for ourselves. Stillness requires no movement, but movement and stillness are inseparable, just like the reflection in the mirror. So it's not that we want to be in this state where nothing is happening all the time. When something arises from the empty ground is not disturbed, it's not displaced, it's not that there is nothing as one category of entities, if you like, and then there's something as another category, and they're mutually exclusive. So if you've got nothing, you don't have something. If you've got something, you don't have nothing. That's why we looked a bit yesterday at the Heart Sutra, because he's saying form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. It would look like there's a conflict between a form and an emptiness. But actually saying the same. Because the forms that show are empty of inherent self. They're not empty of appearance. They're empty of self or defining essence or inherent existence. A basis for apartness, a basis for being truly this and therefore truly not that. When you look, you can't find that essence. What we experience is shape after shape after shape. Since you got up this morning, going to the toilet and so on, having some breakfast, chatting with people, think of all the many different formations that have arisen for you. They arose in response to situations. When you put your spoon in the muesli and you bring it to your mouth, this is not the same as bringing your toothbrush to your mouth. Because if you went with the spoon, it'd be all over you. So we have a wide range of possibilities, and they are situationally determined. That's our being in the world. That's the real efficacy, that we don't start inside ourselves. We find the situation, which is me and world, and that connectivity gives rise to the activity. So it's the same in the meditation practice, that we have to be quite alert to the coziness of embodiment, of feeling the familiarity of the body as if it were the home that we were living in. We spent some time looking at the dynamic nature of the body, that it's a whole system of interlocked systems which are always in communication, blood moving, breath moving, hormones moving, all of that, plus interaction with the environment simultaneously. So internally a dynamic system, linking to externally a dynamic system, two dynamic systems. The body is niched in the world, and niched within the body, there are these various organs and functions. Dynamic movement. So when you're sitting, the dynamic nature of the body, of course, continues. So you have sensation. Now, we're used to catching the sensation and taking it as proof. Oh, this is my body. So you might feel something in your back. Think, oh, my back is sore. That would be our familiar response. What is, for our purposes here, what is more helpful is when the sensation arises, don't merge into it, don't push it away, stay present with it, and it vanishes. My awareness is the sight of the arising and passing of movement. My awareness, like the mirror, shows the ever-changing flow of patterns of reflection. So then we start to see the body is emergent. It's not a fixed thing. And it's emergent in a situation. So when we're sitting quietly, we experience a more subtle form of the body. And the key thing is, don't do anything. Don't look for proof of your embodied existence. Don't actively interpret what's arising as proof of your embodied existence. Simply stay present with the showing of what is showing. Whatever is occurring, there's space for that. Sometimes it's intense, maybe you've got an itch or a scratch or something. Some is there and then it's not there. The whole body is a dynamic system. Even if you have pain, even if you have what might be described as chronic pain, the chronic pain is not a fixed tune. It moves, it shifts around. And if you stay with that shifting, you still experience pain. There is an insistence to it, but it's not something there which is getting at you. It is an aspect of your participation. We get various kinds of illnesses. We get arthritis, Parkinson's, things which interfere with who we think we are. Who we think we are is an assumption, because our body is in the world with others, and it manifests according to the internal dynamics of the balance of the 5 elements and the organs, and according to the movement of the external forces. And we may find ourselves having a condition which is more difficult. You get poor blood supply, you get all sorts of problems can arise, particularly for the aging population. If you go across the 3 times, past, present, and future, it's very easy to conclude, oh, life was so much easier when I was young. Now it's like this, oh God, I hope it doesn't get worse before I die. That's not an uncommon thought. From our practice point of view, relax, open, stay with whatever is occurring, without labeling, without diagnosing. It's just this, it's just this. That won't block the arising of experiences which in a medical context might well be taken as symptoms of something else, some underlying malaise. But for our purposes, we stay with what's arising, and that arising form vanishes. This doesn't mean you shouldn't go and get medical treatment if you need medical treatment. It's not like that. It's not some mad stoic positioning. But what it is not allowing yourself to be defined by what is occurring. Because the one that can be defined is the ego self, the one that stands apart and says, this is happening to me, I like it or I don't like it, and you're back with an isolated formation. But you stay open, these experiences are arising, and what you notice is they pass. There may be, as it were, some sequence, but who is identifying the sequence? That's your mind, that's your consciousness. This was like this yesterday, now today it's like this. I hope it's not like this tomorrow. You've joined the dots, you've taken the thread and you've taken the beads and you've threaded them. Oh, this is a sequence. What is actually is this? This is this. It's fresh. Fresh. So you stay with the freshness. You see directly it arises and it vanishes. When it's fresh and dissolved, it's non-cumulative. So you don't build up this big picture. Oh, now I'm like this. Now I need to do this. Now I need to do that. There may be a bit of that. Your doctor may say, change your diet, do this, do that. Okay. But you can hold that lightly. That defines the functioning of the body. But if you see that the body is within the mind, the body is a stream of experience within awareness, then you're not captured by the patterning of the symptoms. This is very, very important as we become vulnerable. Certainly when we look around here, we're not exactly a teenage gang. So old age, sickness and death is coming soon. And it's very important to be able to stay with it and see how it is, not become frightened. We hear stories, oh, this person's got very sick, or they've got this, or they've got that. They've got that. We don't want to go in that direction. That's a discourse you might want to have in a situation which has its specificity, like going to see your GP. But when you're sitting, simply occurrence and occurrence and occurrence. Every arising thing is a vanishing thing, self-arising, self-vanishing. So what we've got here is, if you like, a polyphony of multiple discourses. Like Monteverdi, there are many kind of lines of sound moving together. So you've got what the doctor would say, and then you go for checks in the hospital, what they say, and then you go to your acupuncturist and what they say, and then your kids tell you something else, so that's what they say, and then there's your experience. So there's a whole range of storylines. They're all stories. They each have certain validity. You shouldn't collapse it into only one, because that becomes heroic. I can overcome this. Everything's illusion. I know it's an illusion. I'm a Buddhist scientist, like the Christian scientists. It's fucking nuts. You know, you've got huge, amazing medical facilities available. You can use that. The thing is not to be subsumed into it. The doctors have their world. They have to operate inside their remit, their frame of reference. And that is absolutely valid for them. And you go in and you listen to that and you think, oh, yes, okay. And you come out, you think, because it's a situationally true exposition of the linking of these factors. There are many other stories that can be told. You don't have to sacrifice one for another. You can practice Dzogchen and be having dialysis. So I need this to maintain the body. So what is dialysis? It's a process. It's a process that's used because some of the internal functioning of my organs is not working. So I get plugged into a machine which functions to maintain the purity of my system. And I have to do this again and again. It's just an experience. It's just an experience. When I was getting the radiotherapy, go into this machine, come out, okay, see you tomorrow. Just do that. So while you're in the medical system, you have to do exactly what they say. And what they say is what they say because they know a lot about it and they've got a rationale for doing it. And then you come outside and the birds are singing and the butterflies are there and it's a different world. We move through multiple worlds. They are all illusion. But remember, illusion doesn't mean nothing at all. If you have a condition, you have to respect it and to work with it. If you have high blood pressure, you have to be attentive to that. If your blood sugar is changing, you have to be attentive to that, but not defined by it. It's when you become an object and all these definitions are written out that you get a disempowerment. So we're multifunctioning, moving through these different worlds. Okay. So I started to touch on these secondary practices like the Semzin. So they are a way of not getting completely enmeshed in the ordinary narratives of what your friends say or your kids or your family or your work situation, where other people are giving you feedback about who you are. They're seeing you as a function within their system. And you are one of the confirmers of the normality of their existence. Mum, we're a bit worried about you. Why are you worried about me? Because you're changing. So what's the concern? Is it that you're changing, Mum, or that we're worried because we're losing our mum? So it's the child's anxiety is about, oh, my world is being destabilized. Mum's getting older. She's not going to do the same things. It's like that. So what causes the anxiety there is the habitual trajectory of prediction about how the other will be and what the interaction will be. That starts to break down. There's entropy in the system. The energy starts to become more chaotic. That's how it is. So there's no need for anxiety in that. We were once these sprawly little kids, shitting all the time, puke coming out our mouths. Then we learned amazing thing. You can wipe your own bum. freedom, and the burden of endless bum wiping, year after year after year. There's no gain without a cost. And gradually that system, which gathered integrity as we started to have more sensory motor control and language control and participate in the world, that system starts to fragment. The linking, the communication pattern starts to become less predictive. That's what entropy is. And the skin around the subsystem starts to change in its permeability. And we get inflationary conditions. There's a huge amount of research at the moment on inflationary conditions. Inflation is a reaction from the body to what it takes to be something other. So it goes into a defensive reaction. So it's all about patterns of communication. So we are inhabiting a body which is unstable, which is depending on the balance of many things, and the balance will break down. How will we survive that? Like yesterday, not being on the bus of consciousness, not being on the ego identity, this is me and this is how I am and I know how to be. 3 R's, relax and release. How is it? It is as it is. This is a very, very helpful training for managing the vagaries of life, because it's saying being in control is not the basis of my existence. Autonomy is a delusion. The body is co-emergent with the field factors. That changes, these patterns change. What is unchanging is the simple awareness which reveals the patterning that's arising in the moment. So you can practice these simsin, but you can also put on some music at home and bop and really get into it. And when the music stops, you just stand still and you feel the nothing. And then patterns, internal patterns, external patterns start to insist. But in that gap, that hiatus, nothing at all. Pato Rinpoche wrote a commentary on the 3 statements of Gareth Dorji, and it's in the book we did a long time ago, Simply Being. And there he's describing the use of pet. So we make the sound of this syllable pet when we're caught up in a chain of thought. And pet, as he describes it, is the unification of wisdom and kindness. And with its force, it's like rising up from the bottom of the central channel and coming right up through the top of your head, just like Dynarod. Instant plumbing. You're just pushing out nothing at all. So the state which arises after that is called Hediwa, which means like, not exactly spaced out, it's like shocked open. So we could try that just now, because it's fun to do. So don't shout it from your throat, but try to find down in your core or your hara, the center of your energy, the possibility of this sound, and it comes straight up. So the structure for thinking about this is the revolution's in danger. The police are coming. Man the barricades. Resist. So you're going to force this away. No surrender. Thoughts are going to grab me and fuck you. So it's an antagonistic. That many of the Buddhist practices are harmonic. They're bringing alignment, cohesion, harmony. This is a disruption, but what it's disrupting is a chain that would catch you and bind you. So we're breaking open the gluing of the continuity of thought. So let's try just making the sound and then we'll go into some practice and apply it there. So whenever you feel like it, just let out a pet. Good. We still have in the break, you can go and practice it out in the forest, because it's very, very useful. The energy behind it is fuck off. I don't give a damn. Like in India, there are many street dogs, and when I stayed in Sopema, if you go out at night to do a kora or walk around the lake, they would come, 8, 10 dogs, and you have to shout at them. And the traditional thing you shout is hut, 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 hut. So you're showing the dog, I'm fucking bigger than you. Don't try it, just don't try it. So you have to bring out a raging energy that says, this is dangerous for you, I'm more dangerous than you. Because once the animals, especially if they're in a small pack, once they start to feel your fear, they may have rabies, so it's dangerous. So something is at stake. Getting lost, getting carried away on thoughts, in your meditation, does it matter? Of course it matters. We don't know how long we're going to live. And we're easily covered over by our habit formations. So having the capacity to cut through and open a space and return to freshness is very, very precious. Okay, so let's start with the 3R. And then whenever you find yourself encumbered by thoughts, just release the sound of pet and stay present with the openness. Okay. So it's a very, very useful practice. And if you're practicing on your own and you make the sound of pet and then a thought arises in relation to the sound of pet, then you need to make another pet. And you can make a whole stream of them very strongly, 5 or 10 or 20. You just keep going until there's just shocked open. And then stay with that openness. And then, of course, something else happens. But as we've looked before, we want whatever is happening is to happen inside the openness. So it's not like we were entangled, we go on a holiday, we do the pet, we get to happy land, and then once again we're ensnared. It's not time out. It's open. With duality, I've fallen into the sense of being in this process of thinking. I'm the thinker, this is happening to me. When we do the pets open, and whatever happens after that is happening in the openness as an aspect of the openness, like the clouds and rainbows arising in the sky. The habit formation of dualistic consciousness is that we become the observer. I see what's happening to me. Then you will go on giving an account of the occurrences. You'll string them together as a story for yourself. But here, we want to allow the arising of the ending of the interplay of duality, of subject and object. So we're simultaneously cutting on the objects, which In this case, it might be an inner object, or you could do it if you're meditating with your eyes open and you get fixated on what's outside. You're cutting on the object and you're cutting on the subject, so that you're just opening a sphere of awareness, and then into this, whatever arises, arises. This is same as in a tantric practice, as we touched on before, that if you meditate on the deity and receive the lights from the deity, your body becomes a body of light. The deity comes to the top of your head as a body of light, merges into you, into your heart, then your body merges into that ball of light. So there's just one ball of light, which then gets smaller and smaller until it vanishes. And then there's nothing. And then occurrences arise. And the key point is always not to go from nothing into something. What arises, if we really see and get the sense of this nothing at allness, this openness, this sometimes darkness, this infinite silence, this is infinite. Infinite means it's not standing in relation to anything else. All finite forms have a front and a back and a top and a bottom, and they are identifiable by what they're juxtaposed next to. But infinite, no boundary, open. So when something arises, it can't come from outside. There's nothing outside. The thought comes that says, I'm from outside, I'm different, I'm something, this is nothing. But that's a thought within. The reflection is in the mirror. So this is the key thing to come back to again and again, because otherwise you do the practice, you open, a thought arises, you chase the thought, and you've gone from open to closed. You can do that again and again and again. You can do it every day. You could do it 6 times a day. But if you just went flip-flopping between these two back to back, you'd have a problem, because the emptiness or the nothingness or the openness is not a thing. It does not stand in relation to the something. So if you're finding this difficult, get a copy of the translation of the Heart Sutra. There are many, and read it again and again. Write down the familiar factors in your life, like my depression and emptiness, my sadness and emptiness, whatever it is that seems to hook you, what seems to be the sort of root texture of yourself. Really look at it and see, does it have inherent existence? Is it really a something, or is it a patterning of the potential of my energy, which is given life or is given energy by my belief in it? I sign up to, this is me. So one minute I'm this infinite openness, next minute I'm kind of coalescing in a merged way into this formation of affect and cognition, and I'm led astray. I've been looking for something. Something is better than nothing. Well, that's the normal logic of the world. Most people would prefer to be rich than to be a beggar sitting at the side of the road. Better to have something. How do I get more somethings? You invent them. Because what arises is illusion. It arises and passes. You stick with whatever's occurring in your mind. All thoughts arise and pass. All feelings arise and pass. All sensations arise and pass. They have no self-substance. Their seeming thickness or depth or truth is your own belief in them. So when you don't focus in on the dualistic belief in the entity, you see the self-liberation of all phenomena. The sky is open. There's a transparency to it. What arises is light and wispy, like a thin cloud. When you start believing in it, you cast the shadow of belief onto the wispy cloud, and this thickens it because it's now in the darkness. It's like putting a shadow on an echo. There's no substance to the echo, but the shadow of the belief that the echo is a fresh sound, the sound of something, reifies the ungraspable moment and makes it graspable, because what you're grasping is your own concept. It's like a boomerang return. You don't get to what's actually there. You get a return into yourself. So you're in this endless feedback loop of self-affirmation and other affirmation. So when you have the moment of relaxed, open release, let it go. It's going. It's going anyway. Let it go. Something comes. It's not up to me. I didn't make the world. The world is a revelation. My inner world is a revelation. The outer world is a revelation. The ego activity is a kind of unnecessary layer of confusion. When you look at for food in the supermarket, you check the tin. Does it have a lot of E additives? You think, well, I don't want my natural fresh food to have additives. But all the time in your mind, you're adding ego additives and you're contaminating your experience of life. That's crap. Go for what is fresh. And fresh is always arising in the here and now, which is where we are. Okay, so let's just, we can do without the 3 hour, we just relax into the space and sit for a little before we have a break. Okay. So our time together is almost over. We have one more session and then lunch and then we disperse. We come together, we start to form as a group, we start to talk with each other, make connections, developing some sense of belonging, some sense of that there's a world, that there are people who could support you, finding fresh ways of participating, and then we disperse. There are possibilities for you to maintain contact if you wish, to form study groups or meditation support groups. That's up to you. It's very important, I think, in the Dzogchen practice that everything's not top down. You have to start with yourself. What is my situation? What do I need? How can I find allies suitable to me? Because then you can fine-tune the resources in terms of what you might need. And so these possibilities are available at the moment. Soon we will be gone. This will all be gone. We come together for a while. We may meet again, some of us, we may not. Sickness can come, all sorts of things can come. The key thing is, what do you take away with you? We've looked at ways of accessing the unchanging ever-open awareness. If this awareness remains something which intrigues you, even if you feel you haven't quite got it or it doesn't quite make sense, but you want to pursue it more, you can do that. You have the method. The method is very simple, but don't be deceived by that. Samsara is artifice. It's artificial. It's created by intentionality, subject onto object. If you relax out of that, the covering, the obscuration, the wedge that separates you from your own ground, that dissolves. It's not made of stuff. It's not that you have a huge burden of karma, that you're carrying all this from the past. It's as light as gossamer. It's insubstantial. When we sit and a thought arises, it may seem so powerful, it's gone. The thought has not the power to stay. The emotion has not the power to stay. They're vanishing. Vanishing. Stay on the point of arising and vanishing. That is the here and now. Like when we looked at these 3 verses of Gareth Williams, and it has this phrase, talk to, staying on the point of arising, staying on the point of vanishing. In the text it often says, phenomena, rangsar they liberate on their own place, where they are. When a thought arises in your mind, it's there and it's gone. It didn't go anywhere else. It just vanished. It arises there and it vanishes there on its own place. And its own place is always the here and now, the ever open. This you have. It's up to you whether you give attention to it, decide to pursue it through study and meditation. It's your choice. This is your freedom. Now we have a cup of tea and we come for the last session. Okay, I'll just say a little bit more about another traditional secondary practice, which is called the cutting free from samsara and nirvana. So in that kind of practice, you go out into the country and then you go through the 6 realms and you imagine your way into being in each of these realms. So you can be in a hell realm, hungry ghost realm, animals, and so on. The purpose of this is to have a kind of imaginal identification. In this life, I'm in a human body and I have access to human resources, but I could be born in another body. We don't know what sort of karmic force is coming. So you can explore being a bird or a cow or a fish. You can explore being a jealous god who's always frustrated. You can explore being a sensuous god, a form god, a formless god, and these higher states of pure consciousness. And the purpose is to see that this form I have is a role in a theatre. There are props in the theatre, the props in the home where you grew up, the school you went to, and so on. So you've been inducted into this role with a lot of factors facilitating you staying in it, but it won't last forever. And the mind is not human. The mind is the mind. The formation of our energy coming out into the world is human, but it could be something else. When you look at the birds flying, they have a whole world of significance which is not ours. They are sentient beings, which is not a great term, but it's become kind of standard. In Tibetan, it's called Sem Chen. Sem means mind, and Chen means having. So they're minders. They're people with a mind, and that mind manifests for fish. They're all making choices. Octopuses, we get more sense, or they've got quite a developed consciousness. They're all sorts of ways in which people participate, but all participation is through the mind, and according to where you are, you have the body, and your body manifests according to the logic of that particular situation. Fish do things birds can't do, birds do things fish can't do, we can't do what cows do, cows can't do what we do. There's a specificity to that formation. So, but the key point for meditators is, I can imagine myself into that. I can take my clothes off, I can rub myself in mud, I can bray like a donkey, I can roll around like a wild pig. I can enter into these things and honk, 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 charging around, which is a great thing to do in a wild, safe space. And you think, I can act into this. When you were 3, it was very, very easy to do it. This is your potential. You become what you imagine you are. So we've not only imagined what we are, but everyone around us concurs in emphasizing you are indeed what you imagine you are. So there's a kind of validation that comes again and again and again for this particular formation, but it need not endure. It can vanish. You know, there are plenty of people who become other than they are. They start to fade. Some people fade early in life. They have early onset Alzheimer's. And the thickness that they had, or the density of their being themselves, starts to thin year by year. As it were, layers of self fall off like the layers of a banana tree or an onion, until there's very, very thin. There's almost nothing there. What is there is awareness, but medical structure is not designed to contact awareness. The consciousness is thinning, so that who is that person? What is a person? So we might, if you have time and you make contact with people in these situations, you can see my thickness, or the density of me being me, depends on so many factors. So last year when I was getting the radiotherapy, I was a hospital patient. There wasn't much else going on for me but getting to the hospital on time, putting in these fucking enemas, waiting, going to the toilet, finding a toilet that's not full of shit, having a poop, drinking the water, going in the machine, round and round. That was my world. So all the other textures of my life, which had been there before, was starting to fold in. I was kind of furling like a leaf, furling into a limited function. Fortunately for me, I start to come out of that. I've got a bit more energy, I've got a bit more capacity to connect, but that needn't have happened. And I don't know how much longer my health will continue. So this is my existence is contingent. And when we see that, we imagine our way into it. So there's the creative aspect of the imagining, where you inhabit it and you move with it. But there's the secondary aspect of the imagining, which is not so helpful, which is, this is me. This is who I am. So once you get that, you get a kind of over-identification with a pattern which is not ours, which is dependent on many complex factors. So that's the function of that kind of practice. People do offer retreats like that, and if you're interested, it might be good to do, but you can also experience it for yourself. If you're at work, if you talk with your boss, you talk in a different way from how you might talk to the secretary, or the people in the staff canteen, or to grandparents, or to children. And you see, I am a situationally manifesting force. So that's inside your ordinary repertoire of roles that you can take on. A dutiful daughter, an ungrateful son, whatever it would be in your family constellation, that's the pattern you have. When we take this further and into the idea of the Nirmanakaya, I will manifest according to need. So the starting point of the manifestation is openness rather than the ego nexus. But even with the ego nexus and my maintenance of myself, and I want to do what I like doing, that comes under attack from many, many forces. So we can see how I adapt to situations. But I also, and part of my capacity to adapt to situations is that I imagine my way into it. So if you're talking with a very elderly person, you can imagine that they're out of touch with many of the signs and signifiers of your ordinary life. So you wouldn't raise these in a conversation. When my mum was in her 90s and I would see her up in Scotland, I was always saying to her, "Mum, let's go for a walk." She said, "Why would I walk? I'm in my chair, I like my chair, why would I walk?" I said, "Mum, look, the doctor said it's good to walk." "Then let the doctor walk." I had no handle on that situation at all. And it was clear, she's just saying, I'm shrinking. I mean, physically she shrank a lot, but she was shrinking. She didn't want access to all of these things. She didn't want new ideas or new experiences. I've got my chair, I'm comfy here, I flick through the newspaper. She would hold the page up. It was clear she wasn't reading it, but anyway, she'd read it for years. And you just see that's the sort of ritual of the maintenance of the structure of herself. So to encourage new experiences is hopeless, it's pointless, in fact it's cruel. It took me a wee while to understand that. She is as she is, and that's okay. So that's an imaginal world. I could imagine she was different. She kept imagining she was the same. They're both imaginal acts. There was a potential for her to do something different, but she wasn't into it because she was imagining the continuity of herself. She'd already lost the house she'd lived in for years. She was in an old folks' home, which was friendly and supportive, but not great, as none of these places can be. So when we imagine our life in different ways, if you observe how you behave in different situations, try to recognize this is an act of the imagination. I could constellate myself differently because my potential will take on different forms, but it is situationally appropriate to manifest this form. If I'm manifesting this form, it is not definitive of me as a subject. Okay? We hold that idea. And I notice that I manifest differently in different situations. Each of these ways of manifesting is valid situationally, but it doesn't confirm any intrinsic self-formation. So if you observe your own creative, kindly response to others as you experience them to be, you could see that actually you're subtly thinning the basis of the imagined idea, I am who I am, I know who I am, this is me. We start to see that's a construct that gets in the way actually of my life, which is articulation into the particular pattern that's arising now. Does that make sense? So you don't need to do extreme patterns, but reading novels can also be a very helpful experience. You enter into the world of a character. You start to see how they think. I would never think like that. Other people have other lives. And the more we see that, when we see the face of the other, this is terra incognita. I haven't a clue. So I should not presume. So I wait for the unfolding of some of the indicators from the other as to how they are in this moment with me. It's not some eternal truth about how they are. It's how it is for them with me in this moment. So it's an unfolding of patterns of potential situationally arising. And the more we see that, we see the heaviness that we bring to the world by wanting to know who people are, what they're like. We'd see this with racial prejudice, with gender prejudice, with prejudice against transsexuals, with prejudice against immigrants. There's always the sense we know who they are. And when we observe our own mind, we see that's insane. That's insane. This is a truth or a certainty about the other developed in the absence of living contact with the other. Because if you have living contact with the other, it dissolves the certitude of your preformed statements. So contact dissolves assumption. Non-contact, avoidance, allows the arising of assumption and then the acting out of assumption. So you can do the same kind of work that you would have with the Rushen practice by observing how prejudices arise in your mind. That knowledge precedes experience. That gives you confidence, gives you a sense of agency and power, but it is a sign that you are cut off. that you have gone into yourself in order to find the truth of the other. Now that's crazy. You can only find the truth of the other out there as they show themselves to be. So any presumption or assumption or prediction is already painting scales over your own eyes. It's giving yourself a cataract. You're not seeing clearly. So knowledge precedes experience is a recipe for stupidity, for dullness. It could be a powerful stupidity. It could be the kind of thing that's around a lot in world politics, where world leaders are announcing grand ideas about who's who and what's what. If we go the other way and we say, I want to start with experience, and from that develop a knowledge, but it will be a knowledge restricted to the situation. I don't want to generalize it out, because if I have a conversation with you today, and then we have another conversation tomorrow, why would I assume the topic would be the same, your mood would be the same, your availability would be the same? You have the freedom to not fit in my mental categories. And the more we give that freedom to other people, we realize, why am I carrying all these categories around? Because not only are they a violence to other people, they're a violence to myself. They make me stupid. If I restrict the other, I restrict myself. So that brings us back to our central practice, relaxing and releasing, opening, and seeing how the field is arising. And the more we sit in the core practice with non-involvement, non-interference, we see whatever arises is only transient. Then as we move into participation, what is arising is also only transient. So you can't build a house with bricks made of water. You'd have to freeze the water into ice. But if you're in the flow of life, the bricks are water because they're just movements, they're gestures, they're pulses. So when we see that, we become lighter and our experience of others becomes lighter. And then with the immediacy of how we experience them, we can be okay. If they're available, they're available. If they're not available, they're not available. Because I'm not forming a huge intention, I need to talk to you about this. And if you rebuff me, if you're not interested, if you're not available, that's an insult to me, and I don't like it when you're like this. And you see, like, domestic arguments are often like that, because couples are often not available at the same time. And to find a moment of mutual opening, that can be quite hard. I need to tell you this. No, you don't. I want to tell you this. If I tell you this when I need to tell you it and you don't want to hear it, you won't listen and we'll have a fight. But I need to tell you because it's important. It's important for me. So again, it goes back, me, you, or we. And if we can start with we, start with I am in this world with you. This is our shared field of experience. Then what arises, as it were, from my side within the whole is much more likely to be well attuned to how you are. So that's where we can take this Tibetan practice and find it in the world. The secondary practices are always about loosening up the place where I stand, the seeming solidity of myself, shaking out the solidified so that we can pulse and move in the situation. And you can do that through dance. Things like 5-rhythm dancing, biodanza are incredibly good. Jazz dance improvisation, drama improvisation groups. Anything that you step into where prefigured knowledge is useless. Where you don't need to arrive with something, with all your learning, with all your competency. You leave that at the door and you go in naked and fresh and you see what happens. That is so important in this culture which is tilted a lot towards efficiency and fitting in and driving forward. So these kind of activities are more and more available. Personally, I would say for most of us, they're more useful than things like Pilates and yoga or Tai Chi, because these traditions speak to formulations and learned structures, and they fine-tune energy and so on. But in a sense, in our time, we need more disruption because we are in a coagulating time. Everything is sticking together and thickening in a way that has us kind of trapped. So being silly, being daft, going on clowning workshops where you don't know what you're doing and you face the fact that you're worried about what people think about you, that's a really precious experience. So that fits in with Dzogchen very well. So there are many, as you do the practice yourself, and you become more aware of habitual sticking points or habitual obscurations that are evoked, you can look around, what are the resources in the world that would help you to loosen that? And they will be to hand. You know, you could volunteer. You volunteer in an old folks' home. You have many places where you can come into contact in situations where you feel uncomfortable or stupid, and you can do that. It's very, very helpful. Because the traditions have so many methods, and they have been very, very useful for people in the past, and they say these are very precious and important, and you should do them. Why? Methods have a function. If there are other methods that deal with that function in an easier way, why not use them? In the treatment of psychosis, they used to do hot and cold baths, in an ice bath and then a hot bath, in an ice bath and a hot bath. No research basis for that. Or a bit of lobotomy, you know, ice pick into the eye. I was reading an article written by someone who had this done to them when they were 18, and he had found the receipt of his stepfather paying the psychiatrist to carry out the operation. It was something like $5. Very, very interesting. Stepdad didn't like it that this stepson was a bit stroppy. All kind of things are done because people want to impose order, keep the world the way they want it to be. So when you have flexibility and adaptation, you move. You move. If somebody's got to move, I'll move. I got the movement. I got the exercise. I got the pliability, the flexibility. What did they get? Sclerosis. Winning means sclerosis. Look at the way Trump stands now. Like a sausage roll. Okay, so we don't have a great amount of time. Let's do a Guru Yoga again. different ways of approaching how our mind is. And there's one last way I'd like to share with you because it's, I think, quite helpful. There are three aspects here which are often described in terms of three aspects of energy. Personally, I don't think that's a great translation, but I'll describe how it functions and you can see what you think. So the first situation is where you have a crystal ball. It could be just a glass ball. But crystals may be a bit better. And you put the crystal ball on a red cloth. And you look at the crystal ball and it seems to have a slight red coloration. You take the same ball, you look at it, clean, clear, doesn't have any coloration in it, and you put it on a green cloth. And then you look at it, there's a slight green coloration that's coming through it. The clarity or the non-obstructing nature of the crystal ball allows the light to pass through it. It is as if the ball is colored or tainted or marked in some way by the color while it's there, but in fact there is no trace of it. So this is traditionally used as a symbol for primordial purity. It's a purity which is not holding itself apart from impurities. It's a purity which can embrace what might be taken as impurities, but by not being touched or limited by the impurity, it is a purity which is free. So this is a symbol of the Dharmakaya, of the mind itself. In your mind, all sorts of thoughts and feelings and so on can arise. While they're there, they seem to bring a particular coloration, a particular mood. And if you approach that in a dualistic way, you'd say maybe, oh, I couldn't do the practice today. I was just so angry about what happened yesterday. So the mood of anger would be suffusing how you are, and you couldn't get rid of it. From the point of view of Dzogchen practice, we don't try to get rid of it. We stay with the openness. The reason that the red color or the green color is there is because of the unobstructing nature of the glass ball. The reason that I feel anger is because my mind is not keeping anger at bay. This is a transient, contingent arising. It is as if it is me, but it is not. How it is that the mind is open and empty. We might call that as is. It just as it is. It is as if I am angry, or I am sad, or I am tired. So moment by moment, these experiences suffuse or permeate or fill the space of experience, and it is as if that is me, or I have become that. And then they're gone. And then they're gone. And the mind is naked and fresh. Now, if they're happening very, very quickly, you don't get that moment in which full, empty, full, empty. So then you're stuck. That's where you have more the egoic sense of I'm always full of something. I'm always on about something. I'm always up to something. Busy, busy, busy. This is happening, this is happening, this is happening. And you don't get a gap between the two to see the emptiness, like with the pet. But the only reason you can have so many experiences is because the mind is empty and open and hospitable. It is the emptiness of the mind that allows you to be depressed, full of anxiety, feeling stupid and embarrassed, which is very generous of your mind. Anything is possible, and it arises for a while. And when you see, I was so angry with you yesterday, but anyway, you're like that, so let's not talk about it. I feel better. No, just leave it. I feel better. It's gone. I could hang on to it. I could make a thing of it, but actually, it's gone. Just try not to wind me up so much. Come on. But it's gone. I was full of this irritation and rage and disappointment and frustration. This was me, and now it's not. And now something else is there, and now something else is there. Like the mirror, filling with reflection after reflection after reflection. So we always, like going back to the beginning, one ground, two paths. We have the path of being aware, present with this suffusion, then that suffusion, then that suffusion, and each and every one of these is only possible because of the openness of the mind. Or we take the other path and we say, now I feel like this. Why do you do this? You know it annoys me. And we get so identified with it that we kind of massage ourselves more and more into the unpleasant or frustrating feeling. And this is very, very unhelpful for us. But this is what we do from the point of view of the ego, because the ego is resting on a dualistic consciousness where the subject takes an object. The subjective consciousness is always concerned about something. So when you have a situation in a relationship or work where somebody gets to you, you can hang on to it and start to formulate an image of who they are. Yeah. And you might even think, if it was happening at work, I'm going to have to go to human resources. I'm going to make a complaint because they shouldn't speak to me like that, and it starts to mushroom. The event's over. But I don't want to have to put up with it. And you can see how the ego engages with this. You contaminated me. You made me feel this. I feel this. Who is the one who is the experiencer of the experience? Look for the mind itself. Take the 5 questions. No one is experiencing it. It is pure experience. In Tibetan, it's called Rigpe Rangnang. Nangwa means light or appearance. Rang means self or intrinsic. Rigpa is awareness. So this is the intrinsic appearance of emptiness, of empty awareness. It's there and it's nothing. It's like the red coloration or the green coloration. Don't make anything of it. It's going. It's going. It's a storm in a teacup. It's just going. But it shouldn't. You shouldn't. Why do you? And we see, we know when we observe ourselves, we see that we can't let go. We think there's something to be gained by getting further and further into it, which is why with the practice we relax and release. We relax and release. Because we've got all these accumulations that we built up. Breathing them out. Doing some improvisational dance. That's very, very helpful. It lets us shed patterns. We don't need to build up anything. The mind is intrinsic purity. Everything is already there. What we need to do is let go of the obscurations. But why should I let it go? You don't know what it's like. I've got to go to fucking work and that person's on my case and I hate it. And we have a lot of sympathy for that. But the issue is, how do you have to stay at the work, you need the money, you can't flee, you're in it. How do you loosen yourself on the inside so that it occurs, but not to me? So 1 ground, 2 paths. Stay with the openness. It doesn't stop the other person being the way they are, but it does stop that getting to me, because you can dissolve this nexus of self-ego identity. You can't dissolve the other person. So what they do is what they do. It's arising and passing, arising and passing. But if you pick up the dagger and you stab it into your own heart, then you did it, not them. You can leave it there. You can leave it there. So the image of the crystal ball is the colors arise and there's nothing to be done. The ball doesn't roll away and try and get off the green cloth saying, I prefer to be red. It's my color, it suits me much better. It's just as it is. Things happen, happenstance. This may sound a very sort of quietistic, kind of passive, victim-y kind of positioning, but actually it's not at all. Because the more you relax into the openness, nothing can catch you. So you're not a victim. You're not under the power of these events. You're not having to get rid of them, but by not merging into them, they're there and they don't touch you. So that's the first of these, that's called dung. The second, which is called rolpa, which means like play or lila, like you might know the Krishna lila, the play of Krishna with the gopis. So this is represented by the mirror and its reflections, which we've discussed in various ways. The reflection is in the mirror. It doesn't contaminate the mirror. The hospitality, the infinite hospitality of the mirror is not compromised by the patterning of any reflection that arises. So this is this kind of Sambhogakaya level. You're sitting in your practice, you have thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. They arise in your mind. Dharmakaya mind is like the mirror itself. It's open. Inside this, we're looking not just at the openness of the mind, but the fact that the mind is a site of showing. So what's showing? Thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories. They have the same status as reflections in the mirror. They're in your mind. They don't come out of your mind. You're sitting here with your thoughts and feelings just now. I haven't a clue what's happening for you. It's very private. Some Bogakaya on this level of Rolpa is internal. This is what's occurring, arising and passing. If you take it as real, if you grasp at it as a true account of who you are, you might feel elated, you might feel deflated. Don't do anything with it. Just stay relaxed and open. This then becomes the potential with which you can go into the world. Because this is nowadays is often translated as luminosity. It used to be translated as clarity. Luminosity means that these moments are like fireflies in the sky on a summer's evening. Some little bug is flying by and it's got a bright bottom and you see something. So these thoughts are just like that. There's a moment of illumination of something and then they're gone. There is a kind of luminescence, an illumination of what? The ground illuminates its potential as these arisings. These arisings don't illuminate the true nature of the ground. When you get angry, an angry thought arises in your mind, and then you think, oh God, I'm sitting here, I'm supposed to be doing my practice. I'm such an angry person. That's a conclusion. Some inner essence of me, my personhood, contains a store of anger. That's the path of unawareness. Whatever arises, if you feel blocked, relax into the out-breath and see, without doing anything, this patterning shifts and vanishes and dissolves. All mental occurrences are impermanent. You don't have a thought that remains. You can observe this for yourself. Thoughts arise and they vanish. The text says self-arising, self-vanishing. So when you really see this, it's just like the reflection in the mirror. The car's driving along and reflection after reflection is arising and passing, arising and passing. Nobody's doing it. Nobody's making it happen. It just happens. Like this hlundrup, this spontaneous manifestation or instant presence, arising and gone. There's nothing to do with it. But why did it happen? What should I do with it? And what does it mean? Irrelevant questions. These questions are very dangerous. I have to know. That knowledge takes you further and further into the swamp. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's already gone. Yeah, but why did it happen? Why did what happen? That thing that was there, what was it like? Then you've got an echo chasing an echo chasing an echo. It's gone. Things in their immediate phenomenal presence have a particular quality to them. Some people have wanted to take my photo here. You're here and I'm here and this is it. What are you going to do with your photo? I'm not in your machine. I'm here. I'm doing this, and later today I won't be doing this. I'll be doing something else. So your photo is out of date. It's always, every representation is a substitute for the immediacy of presence. So that's what Rolpa is. It's staying with the immediate presencing of whatever occurs, knowing that it is nothing per se, nothing as such, nothing in and of itself, and yet it demonstrates the potential. Then thirdly, we have Tsel. And Tsel is a term often translated as energy, and the image for this is a crystal prism. The clear light hits the prism and the rainbow-colored light comes out. We say on the basis of this, embedded in or intrinsic in the clear light is the potential of these 5 or the 7 colors of the rainbow, depending on how you construe it. We are like the clear light. Life situations are like the prism. We encounter a life situation, and as we contact it, we manifest these different patterns of light. Yeah? We are situationally responsive. If somebody is insistent and monologic and dogmatic, they can try to be the same all the time, but at huge cost to themselves and to other people. What we actually, as ordinary, invisible people, what we experience is and we've touched on this many times now already, we become different according to situations. This is the expressive potential of the open, empty crystal ball with the starting to manifest potential of the reflections in the mirror. Possibilities arise in relation to the actual situation. We don't need to know what to do. We couldn't know what to do because there is nothing definitely to do. We find ourselves saying something. That's our ordinary English, isn't it? We find ourselves doing something. I don't know why I did it. I don't know, I went into the shop. I hadn't planned to. I looked in the window, and I went in. And that kind of intuitive, spontaneous response, it's like a ray of light coming out. So we can experience this as we move through life. In any situation, we never show the whole of ourselves. Nobody ever sees the whole of us. Nobody can ever get us. We are free. Whatever you think of me is based on partial experience, because I show, whatever we say, bits of me or aspects of me. As I encounter these crystals of life moments, my energy goes through and whoo, like this, different formations arise. How could you catch me? How could I catch you? You are uncatchable. You are intrinsically free. No concept, no definition can nail you to the wall. Because the next moment is the next moment, and the light will fragment in another way. Different patterns will arise. This is an amazing thing to see. So these, if you like, these are the three aspects of freedom. The first freedom is the freedom of the crystal ball to be infinitely hospitable and to allow the emergence of many different experiences without fear or favor, non-interference. The freedom to be with, but without being in charge. The second is the freedom to have the unpredictable emergence of patterns, but patterns contained within the mirror, the symbol of emptiness, contained with emptiness. These are patterns of emptiness in your mind, your memories, your thoughts, and your feelings. They don't leap out. They are not born. They are patterns. They have impact, color, texture, and so on. But nothing happens. They are not things. They are not separated out. This is the freedom. This is the freedom of your imagination. You can imagine all sorts of things. Oh. Maybe. And because of all these maybes, when you bring that into your being in the world with others, and your potential fragments or opens with encountering the prism of the situation, when it refracts, particular patterns and colorations arise belonging to this situation. They have no truth outside of this situation. That's why we're uncatchable. So your ground of openness is uncatchable, your imaginal potential is uncatchable, and your performative, well, it's not a good word, is it? Your display mode, if you like, your participative mode, your co-presencing mode, that also is uncatchable. Freedom on all three levels. If you take the other path to the ego and you start wondering about what's happening to me and why and the implications, you find yourself in a cloud of thoughts and interpretations and attempts to make sense of what's going on. So this is always available to us. It's always our choice. Do we start with the ground or start with ourselves? There's that little story of these American tourists in Ireland. And they've been driving around and around trying to find the way. And they see someone in a field and they drive over and it's a farmer. And they say to the farmer, "Can you show us the way to Dublin?" He said, "Sure, if I was going to Dublin, I wouldn't start from here." So that's it. If I wanted to open to awareness, I wouldn't start with my ego. I am going to meditate. I am sitting here. I'm doing this. My mind's not clear. I can't meditate. I. Whenever you're in that position, you're in the wrong place. You're trying to go from the finite to the infinite. It's not possible. Relax, release the infinite. Now, of course, it doesn't work every time or maybe even any time for quite some time. But hopefully it will thin and thin and thin, and you start to see how you get pulled into solidification and the opacity of identification with arisings. And you start to release them more and more, more and more. Then you start from openness. This sound, is the key the core of emptiness. You start with emptiness, and what occurs then is the openness of emptiness filling with experiences. So that's the second stage, like the reflections in the mirror. And when you get up from the practice, you move into the world. Subject and object arising together. We're always in conversation with the world. It just is. You can observe it. Now I have to step down onto the floor. So I have to watch my hips. I have to turn in a particular way. My body, this, as it manifests today, in relation to this height and the floor. Not everybody would have to do that. Maybe some people couldn't step up onto this. Other people would just leap off like a gazelle. So each of us, as we engage in the world, we have the unique specificity of me with this, us, a unique us, moment by moment by moment. So that's amazing. I come into formation with the world. I align with the world. I am a friend of the world. I touch the world touches me, and together this pattern unfolds. So this is our possibility. Start with the openness. Okay, let's do a final Guru Yoga, and then we come to an end. Okay. So now we come to the end of our short time together. I want to thank Huw for his organization, for facilitating the possibility here. I know there's a lot of somewhat tedious and unpleasant work involved in that, so I'm very grateful that he does it and I don't have to. And I'd like to thank Gareth for doing the work of recording, and it will be edited a bit and then made freely available on the Simply Being website soon. So that will be a resource you can share with others as well. Thank you, Gareth. And thank you to all of you for your attention. We are an incredible bunch of people, I think. There's so many qualities people have, so many life skills, so many experiences. And for me, it's very sweet to see how you collaborate and communicate. And that gives me a lot of hope for the future, not just of the wider world, but particularly of Dharma. Because if Dharma people can support each other, not by forming societies and making little ring-fenced worlds, but just freely communicating according to your passion and your interest, then the life can shine through what we do. So if you want to network, please do that. Make connections, continue that. I don't need to know. I don't want to know. Because it's your world. The problem with hierarchy and patriarchy is that the person at the top gets a lot of kudos, but it allows everyone else to say, not my responsibility, I can't, what should happen? We collapse that. This is a horizontal field. It's open. You can articulate as you wish. You don't have to, but it's there. You can say to people, can we stay in contact, Zoom from time to time, form discussion groups or practice groups? It's open. People may not be interested, or they may be, but it's your passion. Don't sit on your passion. See what is possible. This seems to be quite a nice place, so I think we're going to try and come back here. Seems to meet. It's got there's B&Bs around, and as people get older, camping won't appeal to all of them.
So, yeah, a couple of practical things. So, I want to say thank you most of all to James for coming back. And I know a lot of us have been coming from, or listening to James for many years. I looked at it while I was here, and actually we've been hosting James for 18 years now. And the first time I met him was 20 years ago in a shed in Macclesfield. Who'd have thought it? I just travelled around India for years and hitched across Tibet and met all these great high lamas and all this, but it was in Macclesfield that I...
And the chips were good.
Yeah, the chips were brilliant, with gravy. But yeah, just thank you, James. And we're so, on behalf of everyone, we're so happy that you have made it back. When we heard you were ill, so many of us, deep in our hearts, felt deep sadness because we love you so much. And
Thank you.
We're really happy you're here with us. So,
Thank you.